Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, you can start the conference now. We are live now.
Sure, ma'am. May I request our first moderator, Professor Aparna Shastri, ma'am, to take over the charge and commence the conference. Thank you, ma'am.
Sure, Anushri. Thank you so much. Good morning, all. I, Aparna Shastri, welcome you all to day 1 of International Conference on Digital Transformation, a Strategic Approach Towards Sustainable Development, ICDTSD 2022, organized by Institute of Management, Education, Research and Training, IMERT, Pune, Maharashtra, in association with Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication, IFERP. IMERT is conceived as unique growth-oriented institute approved by AICTE New Delhi. IMERT offers 2 years full-time MBA program permanently affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University, for which the students are admitted through the admission procedure conducted by Directorate of Technical Education, DTE, Maharashtra State. The institute was established in 1994 and has a legacy of 27 years. It is an A+ accredited institute by NAC. The uniqueness of the institute lies in contemporary inputs from highly experienced and dedicated faculty members and development of dynamic personality. The institute is located at Karvenagar, a locality famous for some of the prominent and prestigious educational institutes, sprawling over a huge green zone with start-up infrastructure and hostel facility. IMERT practices experiential learning rather than academics only. IMERT focuses for students pursuing MBA at IMERT to become a final product in the market with polished soft skills, managerial skills, decision-making skills, and overall life skills required for making them successful executives and leaders in the world of management. In a nutshell, IMERT promises a very enriching and very fulfilling learning experience to everyone. Some of the major achievements of IMERT: NAC A+ accredited college, 27 years of academic legacy, with rich industrial experience, fully established research center, smart learning management system, vibrant corporate relations division for placement and internship, established training center for running ad courses, strong institution operations, MOUs with statutory bodies and industry for management programs. Make It Happen Center for Innovation and Incubation, MCIII. Let's have a virtual AV of Marathwada Mitra Mandal's Institute of Management, Education, Research and Training.
May I request the technical team to proceed with the videos?
Thank you so much. Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research development in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associations are professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. I would now request the technical team to please play the video of IFERP. I request the technical team to please play the video of IFERP.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Sure, sir. Sure.
A forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. and our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Thank you so much, sir. ICDTSD 2022 conference aims to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experiences and research results on all aspects of management, economics, education, engineering, and technology towards sustainable development. Convene the world's experts to advance knowledge about innovation, present new research findings, and promote and enhance global scientific and community collaborations in synergy with other professional associations. The theme of this conference revolves around bringing management, economics, engineering, and business technology research areas synchronically on an indivisible platform. This conference will draw collectively research fellowships from diverse fields in unitedness to share their research findings and latest ideas. The main intention of this conference is to integrate interdisciplinary inquiry, to deliver the best applications. The conference aims at raising global and national awareness on sustainable development challenges and the crucial role of strong global partnerships and cooperation as powerful enablers of the successful achievement of all the SDGs. I now take this opportunity to welcome all the dignitaries. First, I would like to welcome Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, Director, IMERT. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Sanjay Mari, Principal, National Insurance Academy. Next, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers of the day, Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University, Jaipur, Dr. Deepak Tandon, Professor, Finance and Accounting Area, Program Director, Center for Advanced Banking International Management Institute, IMI, Tara Crescent, New Delhi. Next, I would like to welcome our honorable technical session chairs of the day, Dr. M.T. Lawrence, Principal, Forsyth College of Commerce, Pune, Maharashtra, Dr. Rupendra Gayakwad, Associate Professor, IMERT, Dr. Pranav Kayande, Associate Professor, IMERT, Dr. Vinod Mohite, Associate Professor, IMERT, Dr. Venkata Madhusudan Rao, Assistant Professor, Jain, deemed to be University, Bangalore, Karnataka. Thank you all for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting your expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across the world who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. I would also like to welcome all the attendees in joining us today. I now request all the attendees and all the dignitaries to kindly switch off your cameras for the group photo. Switch on your cameras for the group photo. I request the technical team to kindly take a group photo. Are we done, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Here we start our inaugural session with welcome speech by our convener, Professor C.S. Anushri Satpute. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Aparna Shastri, ma'am. A very good morning to everyone. Am I audible perfectly?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so am I audible seems to be the best award-winning question on the virtual platform, I suppose. So the very first start, we go with this question only. So a very happy and insightful morning to all the dignitaries present on a virtual dais. My research paper presenters, conference participants, colleagues, and students. I, Professor C.S. Anushri Satpute, convener of this international conference, welcome all of you for this August presence here today, where for the next 2 days, the learnings and the discussions and the brainstorming would be expected at its best possible manner. I was eagerly waiting for the day to arrive. While we were in the planning phase, the kickstart of the idea was with the theme of the conference. Considering the present scenario, where the entire world has transformed itself into a digital world, and the pandemic posed us to immediately shift from the conventional to unconventional mediums for even communication. And for our regular work as well, we have shifted for ourselves from a digital to a digital world. So the official work, be that is online studies or examinations, we are having presence on digital platform. The theme thus came out was digital transformation. Even we thank to the digital innovation today as well, that we are meeting today on our digital platform and gathered for an international conference while sitting at our cozy places. The COVID-19 pandemic launched the problem of uncertainty in our daily lives, be that is restricted locomotion, regular workflow, working from home, or online learning and examinations, etc., which ultimately proved survival of the fittest. The sustainability development was examined throughout the span of almost 2 years. Sustainable business model witnessed the long-run success here. The COVID-19 pandemic taught all of us to strategically plan certain actions for the survival while making use of all digital innovations we are surrounded with. The pandemic is not just yet over, and even after this pandemic, the revolutionary change happened with digital transformation will be accepted, will be inculcated by the world, and will last forever. And thus, sustainability would be achieved with the strong support system of digitization. Our team felt that digital transformation could be the apt theme for this conference, and yes, we arrive at the particular conference today. Many papers we have received in the conference, and to study and focus more on the studies and analysis of socioeconomic factors on the backdrop of COVID-19 pandemic. And thus, I can confidently say that the conference title was very apt and effective to invite many researchers to deeply dive into the sustainability thoughts and raise out and come out with the findings which would be beneficial for many business practices and scientists together. While deciding and discussions on the tracks of the conference, we focused on having the sometime all inclusiveness to make the conference multidisciplinary, so that the thoughts can flow in many dimensions and research work can be done considering different branches of science. One of the IMERT being one of the prominent institutes in Pune into management areas, we received obviously the large number of papers on social sciences domain, including the branch of management as our prominent area of research. Coming to the next 2 days of agenda, IFERP and IMERT together have planned the agenda in the most convenient and professional way suited to all the conference participants. We anticipate the great success to this conference. I wish you all the very best to the research participants for their presentations, publication process, and assure my timely assistance to them throughout the conference and even post the conference. I thank Sudhakar sir from IFERP for designing the layout of this entire conference. This day could not have achieved or arrived with such beautiful plan without your involvement, sir, and intellectual contribution by IFERP team. I also thank our director, sir, Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, for believing in me and giving me opportunity to convene this conference. Again, I thank my all team members for their support throughout the conference, and without them, this day could not have achieved. And let's begin our journey today and deep dive into the thoughts of digital transformation, a strategic approach towards sustainability development, and come out with certain new invention and new innovations and new research papers onto this topic. I wish you all the very best. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Anushri ma'am, for your welcome speech. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, sir. Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, Academic Head Director, working as Associate Professor at IMERT. He is MBA in Marketing and PhD from Savitribai Phule Pune University. He has 23 years of professional experience in industry and teaching. His core research interest areas are consumer behavior, business analytics, and digital marketing. Sir, I now welcome you to provide your welcome address. Over to you, Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, sir.
Thank you, Aparna ma'am. Very good morning to all of you, the distinguished guests, speakers, participants, staff members, and the students of IMERT. A very good morning to one and all. It's my pleasure to welcome you all for the 6th research conference organized by IMERT. This is our 6th conference, out of which this would be our 3rd international conference. The theme of which has been just explained by Professor Anushree Satpute ma'am. It's on digital transformation, a sustainable strategic approach to a sustainable development 2022. That was the theme that was thoughtfully given, well thought was given on that. And we thought this could be a time where we can have this kind of a theme for our conference. Let me take this opportunity to introduce you all to our trust, because the institute introduction is briefly given by Professor Anushree Satpute ma'am, Aparna Shastri ma'am. Marathwada Mitra Mandal Trust was established in 1967 by Honorable late Sri Shankar Rao Ji Chavan, former Home Minister, Government of India, followed by Honorable late Sri Shiva Vilas Rao Deshmukh sir, former Union Minister, Government of India. Under the aegis of Marathwada Mitra Mandal, we have more than 12 different colleges and schools which are running across 4 different locations in Pune. This under the aegis of Marathwada Mitra Mandal, we have different colleges including engineering, pharmacy, law, architecture college, and even primary schools. With a legacy of more than 50 years, we are IMERT, which is a standalone flagship program of MBA institute established in the year 1994. So even IMERT has also completed more than 25 years. IMERT is permanently affiliated to Savitribai Phule Pune University, which is recognized by AICT New Delhi and DT Government of Maharashtra. With 27 years of establishment, IMERT now offers MBA program, which is affiliated to Pune University, with the various different specializations includes marketing, finance, HR, business analytics, operation, and supply chain management. I'm very proud to explain everyone is with 27 years of establishment, with the proven track records, established systems, we received a NAAC A+ grade accreditation in the year 2019. IMERT has a huge alumni base, which we have a registered alumni association with more than 900 members of alumni association, which always contributes for the institute and student development. So we thank our alumni members. All the faculty members in IMERT are very much experienced with their industry and academics. A minimum year of experience is 10 to 15 years of industry and academics. With this particular conference, if I want to say something, we are organizing the conference in collaboration with IFERP Chennai, where for this particular conference, this year we received more than 100, that is 118 abstracts, out of which total 77 full paper were submitted. The contribution from all across India, what we have received these papers from across 12 states, which is very proud feeling for all of us. I'm very happy and thankful to our all keynote speakers, which have graced this conference with their presence. Today's first keynote speaker, Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor from Pratap University, Jaipur. Dr. Deepak Tandon, Professor, International Management Institute, New Delhi. Professor Seth Akutson, Professor, Nile University, Nigeria. And also our today's guest of honor, Dr. Sanjay Mali sir, Principal, NIA from Pune. So we sincerely thank to you all for gracing this conference with your presence. I would also like to thank Mr. Rudrabhanu Satpati sir, a CEO of IFERP, and Sudhakar, Mr. Sudhakar, coordinator for this conference from IFERP, for their technical and other supports. I would like to thank our management, honorable management, who always supports and guides us for taking such initiatives. Also, I'd like to thank all my staff members and the students for their efforts to make this conference a successful endeavor. I hope this conference will be a fruitful and knowledge enriching to all of us. I wish all the best to all the research scholars for their paper presentations and wish you all a very happy learning. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, for your welcome address. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. Sanjay Mari, Principal, National Insurance Academy. Dr. Sanjay Mari has 36 years of experience in academics, out of which 27 years as a principal of the college. His area of interest are marketing management and business administration. He is a recognized PhD guide for marketing and business administration in Savitribai Phule Pune University, India. He is also recognized as a PhD research guide, commerce and business management in Rashtrasanta Tukdoji Maharaj, Nagpur University, India. He has been awarded as Best Principal Award from Savitribai Phule Pune University in the year 2011-12. Sir, now I welcome you to provide your honor address. Over to you, Dr. Sanjay Mari, sir.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. The director, Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, convener, Anushri Satpute, governing board members of Marathwada Mitra Mandal Institutes, the Institute of Management, Education, Research and Training, that is IMERT, in association with Institute for Engineering, Research and Publication, that is IFERP, organizes international conference on digital transformation, a strategic approach towards sustainable development 2022. It's a great pleasure for me to be the guest of honor for this inauguration ceremony. The theme of this conference became popular at the World Economic Forum. I would like to stress the fact that sustainability is an important factor for any business, especially in the digital age. Talking about the challenges of digital transformation and sustainability, digital technologies transforms organization with the pace of technological changes, and the speed of this change is so fast and the span is short. As compared to our industrial revolution, where we know that there was a transformation of business and all industries, but the span was quite long, and even that transformation was taking quite a long period as such. Vis-a-vis, you'll find that in this digital transformation, the speed, the thing which is there yesterday, today become obsolete. This is a very important point that is to be noted. The business organizations need to have a strategy to adopt these technological changes. I'm going to talk to something which is very important, points related to this challenges. The first point is that reskill of the workforce. As we all know that the implication of this digital transformation requires digital skill, and this is the most significant challenge for the organization change management. As we are, that point is somewhere in a strategic management that we have to think of this organization change management, because there is possibility of resistance for digital transformation from the current employees. This is it is quite natural for any kind of change. There will be always a resistance, and particularly from the employees, and that is the biggest, the challenge for any organization. So what strategy that organization can adopt The organization should adopt a strategy, that strategic change for the organizational changes, and adopting this digital transformation. I'm sure that this there will be a second challenge that I could visualize that we are experiencing right now. That additional cost. This additional cost is required for implementation of this digital transformation. And the organization faces the challenges of financial constraints, and particularly from the last year or two, most of these organizations are facing these financial crunches, and it is very difficult for them to implement this digital transformation. The third point which I would like to explain, that is the defining the strategy, the defining strategy for this digital transformation and sustainability. The reason is that the company has to decide what would be their, the philosophy. The defining strategy is a complex, basically. And implementation of this digital transformation is again a big challenge. Hence, we need to define company's goal and priorities. Of course, this requires a systematic orientation and training to the employees. And I must explain you that this is like a strategic management required over here. So according to me, these are the three important points. And the digital revolution transforms how we live and work with sustainability. So digital sustainability is always without injuring for the long-term output. I'm sure, I think this 2 days conference will surely give the research papers, and the different aspects will be discussed. But these are also very three important points which I thought that I must share with you on this particular day, that it is regarding the human HR, second is about the finance, and of course about the strategy, the strategic management. Let me wrap up by saying that digital transformation initiatives lead success in 2022, but we need to sharpen our management skills to make it sustainable. I'm sure you will have this fruitful and rewarding deliberations in 2 days. I wish you every success with this important conference, and I look forward about the outcome of this conference also. So now I'm delighted to declare inauguration of this international conference, and I extend my thanks to the organizers, Director Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, Convener Professor Anushri Sapute, Co-Convener Professor Chaitrali Kale, for giving me this opportunity to be the part of this prestigious conference. I wish all the best, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your honor address. Now I would like to welcome beloved CEO, Mr. Rudra Bhanu Satpathy, IFERP. Mr. Rudra Bhanu Satpathy is CEO and founder of Technored Group. He has completed his bachelor's degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering at SRM University, Chennai. He did his master's in Communication Engineering at SRM University, Chennai. He is doing Doctor of Philosophy in St. Peter's University, Chennai. Sir, now I welcome you to provide your welcome address. Over to you, sir. May I request Mr. Rudra Bhanu Satpathy sir to please take over? Yes, sir. Is there any technical difficulty?
Yes, ma'am, he joined just now.
Okay, okay.
I'm really sorry. Actually, I was muted and I was not allowed by host to unmute myself, so I couldn't speak. Hope I am loud and clear.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thank you very much, everyone, for this brilliant morning and giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of this two esteemed organization, IMERT and IFERP, to address this wonderful international conference on this great morning today. When we speak of IFERP, I stands for Institute, and I also stands for a part of we. When we speak of IMERT, that begins with I also. So together I and I, we make it we, and we are concerned about our next generation. We are concerned about sustainable development. We are responsible about the upcoming generation, the security, the safety, in terms of all available possible 17 sustainable goals declared by United Nations Organization. So International Conference on Digital Transformation, a strategic approach towards sustainable development is one of the wonderful topic, one of the excellent topic that shows the responsibility of both this organization, IMERT, a unit of Maratha Mitra Mandal group of institutions, and IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, a unit of Technovaret Group, about their deep concern and deep responsibility towards sustainable development. Esteemed speakers, delegates, organizing secretaries, director of the institutions, delegates, students, and faculty of Maratha Mitra Mandal groups of institutions, IMERT, as well as all the ambassadors and organizing committee members of IFERP. Thank you very much for your brilliant support to make this conference a wonderful day today. I believe IFERP is focusing, along with its additional ventures, along with its sister organizations, towards all possible sustainable development goals declared by United Nations. Now, let me brief how we are doing so. We are building an integrated community of experts in different sustainable development goals. We are bringing the learners and the learned experts to a single platform where all these factors related towards all the 17 goals of sustainable development could be discussed and could be considered. When we speak about digital transformation, IFERP is rendering its all possible support to find out researches going in different nook and corner of the country, in the grassroots level of the country, to find out the potential among the young researchers, the budding professionals in industries as well as academia in all sectors, irrespective of the different localities being developed or developing. And we are finding out research works that deals with no poverty, that deals with zero hunger, that deals with good health, that deals with clean water, sanitization. Even we speak about industries, reduced inequalities, responsible consumptions and productions. We speak about partnership and the goal. We speak about peace, justice, and we lead a life on land, a life below the water, climate actions, and go green. These are all the topics we have established separate organizations, different associations, particularly in field of environment also. In upcoming months, in month of June, we are organizing another conference at Bali, Indonesia, where we are doing this conference in collaboration with more than expected 20 plus universities of Asia, jointly organizing this conference related to climate change as well as environment, go green. So I also insist IMERT, being a responsible institution in the western part of the country, to be a part of this conference also. Entire Maratha Mitra Mandal group could be a part of the joint organizing committee, with this perspective of globalizing the institutions, globalizing the ideas and innovations by interconnecting universities. So this is our aim, our objective is to create a common platform, an integrated community among universities and professionals from different countries to come up into a single platform and create a joint forum that would definitely clear the barriers of knowledge beyond the socio-economic infrastructures of different countries. So rapidly we are collaborating with institutions and universities in one hand, and we are also collaborating with industries in other hand, so that we can bring the academia and industries close to each other together. And I believe, basically, I work on field of biomedical engineering, and I believe there is a concept of upcoming days it's coming up as Blue Brain, where we can make a digital transformations of the reasoning, the thinking, the ability, the potential of judgment we have for this generations, and experience and knowledge, skills, and visualization of our previous generations could be programmed and transferred to digital algorithm that could be transferred for our next generation. This means our parents and our ancestors' experience, reasoning, thinking power, and the days and the problems they have gone through and the way they have resolved it could be algorithmic and could be used for upcoming days in our next generation. So these all things are a part of digital transformations also that could be also helpful in preserving the reasoning ability, the intelligence, the ability of considering or solving problems, and could be preserved for our next generation. IFERP is also assisting institutions and universities and its students to publish their articles in world-class repositories. We believe India, being the largest democracy and second largest populated country, should be the largest contributor of scientific articles in international repositories. And we are trying to build up the capacity of Indian researchers through capacity building process by motivating them, by making them learn like what is the real ethics and methodology of research is through our different programs we do for free of cost also in collaboration with different universities. We render these all activities so that we can make our young researchers more potential and productive and efficient towards developing research articles and presentations. We are also assisting research proposals and ideas to make them more sorted up, more groomed up, so that they could be applied to different funding agencies and making people understand about the right choice and right decision of approaching and finding the proper funding agencies that could be relevant to the particular research. We are trying to deliver these all research consultancy services also. To make these things possible, we are encouraging universities and engineering colleges of India and Asia to come forward for institutional membership. So IFERP extends, we have options of free and premium memberships as well for professionals and students. And I feel proud to announce that today we are not only an association or organization, we are a family of more than 70,000 plus professional and student members from all across the globe. So this makes our family big. And when we came forward with organizing this type of conferences, hundreds of universities from India and Asia came forward with their open hands. And we got opportunity to collaborate with them and render the accessibility of international scopes and knowledge. Like today, we have such eminent speakers among with us. Their ideas and innovations will be shared with everyone. And we, through this type of conferences and our online activities, as well as physical activities, we reach the knowledge and scopes of excellence we have at global scale and bring it down to the grassroots level of the country and make their expertise and knowledge and skills accessible to everyone, irrespective of socioeconomic standards. So at this point of time, it's very high time to think about the sustainable developments also. And digital transformation, I believe, is the foremost solution towards energy and towards the climate actions, towards preserving the renewable resources, and to safeguard our upcoming days and our next generation. I believe this conference will be a wonderful event with amalgamations of great scientific works and expertise discussions. We have separate sessions, we have panels, we have good speakers, we have plenary presentations also. We have wonderful session chairs. I thank everyone for their kind support, and I express my hearty gratitude to all the ambassadors, national ambassadors, IFERP institutional ambassadors. Thank you very much for your support, and I express my hearty gratitude to the management of Marathawada Mitra Mandal, groups of institutions and IMERT, and my hearty gratitude to my entire colleagues and my team of IFERP for making this conference a wonderful event. And I express my hearty gratitude to everyone for being a part of this conference. I believe this conference will be a fruitful event for everyone and will be a source of scientific knowledge and greater interaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rudrabhanu Satpathy, for your welcome address. Next, we will move to our next interesting keynote session. I welcome Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University, Jaipur. Dr. Abhay Kumar is having 16 years of industry experience and having more than 21 years of academic experience. He is an excellent orator, motivator, counselor, administrator, and manager. He has been worked as Director, Dean, Pro Vice Chancellor, and now Vice Chancellor of Pratap University, Jaipur, Rajasthan. Sir, now I welcome you to provide your keynote speech. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, a very good. The host is not allowing me. Yeah, very good morning to all of you. Thank you, Aparna ma'am. My sincere thanks to the Institute of Management Research and Training, Pune, and the Institute of Engineering Research and Publication for actually inviting me as a keynote speaker to this wonderful, international conference on digital transformation, a strategic approach towards sustainable development. Well, thank you to the organizers of this conference. And I cannot ever resist coming to such a conference when IFERP invites me. Almost to every conference of theirs, anywhere it happens. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity, Dr. Bhandari, I think Mr. Sudhakar, Mr. Satpathy, and all the distinguished speakers who are here today. Well, the topic in itself connotes not only talking on digital transformation, but a strategic approach towards sustainable development. And moreover, the best part of the conference today is having a multidisciplinary and an interdisciplinary theme. Everything is interrelated in this world right now. And of course, as management experts, I think we all are understanding that without a multidisciplinary approach, we cannot do even research these days. So there are so many things we have to talk about today. Let me begin with saying that in any vibrant system, say institutions of higher learnings are always enablers of research, innovation, entrepreneurship, say addressing problems facing the society, nations, and preparing the individual for their lives and careers. As I could see from the vision and mission of say IMERT, that you are not only going to have to produce good professionals, but good responsible citizens and human beings as well. So that is also a very important aspect of any institution if we wish to sustain in this particular world right now. So when we talk about addressing problems facing society, nations, and preparing the individual for their lives and careers, say, of course, the higher educational institutions have a very relevant part to play. Now, we also have a very say essential role in say advancing the pillars of sustainability, such as democracy, social justice, and that all research paradigms can support institutions in fulfilling this role. Therefore, research becomes very important here. Now, when we talk about, say, aspects like SDG, when we talk about aspects like sustainability, we have to go it piecemeal. Like, for example, what are the criteria that the most of us have to adopt for sustainability questions and issues and problems to research? No two institutions are alike. And within institutions, no two departments or schools are alike. Therefore, the approach which is interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary comes very importantly into play. Now, I'll talk about your documents such as an Earth Charter, which calls on us to act and conduct our research in ways that respect Earth and life in all its diversity, care for the community of life and understanding, compassion and love, build democratic societies, okay, and that are just, sustainable, participatory, peaceful, and secure the Earth's bounty and beauty for present and future generations. I'm talking environment friendly right now. Even the NEP 2020 has got an environment factor when we talk about, say, the growth of higher education. Now, we know that higher education forms an important part of other goals related to poverty. Say it is SDG 1, health and well-being SDG 3, gender equality, SDG 5, governance, decent work and economic growth, which is SDG 8, responsible consumption and production, SDG 12, climate change, which we talk about. I think is one of the distinguished speakers before have talked about it. It is SDG 13, peace, justice and strong institutions, SDG 16. So we find that the higher education institutions have a role to play as far as sustainable development goals are there. Now, more than event, collaborative research and open science are needed to contribute to the recovery and resilience of societies. Now, connecting education to other sectors such as health, employment, or the environment. Now, that is the reason why the circulation of knowledge and research between education systems becomes very important. So when we talk about digitization, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, as we all know, has sometimes right from March 2020 forced us to go online and get digitized. People of my age, for example, even the best of the professors in my institution, they faltered when we talked about going online initially because they were not used to it. So what happened essentially was what we could have achieved in the next 5 to 10 years time, maybe we achieved in the last 1.5 years. We can say that. And the role of teachers, I have a very candid opinion I can put forward. Of course, the health workers, the security forces, they are all corona warriors. But I presume that the educators, the teachers, the institutional builders, the leaders, they are very important corona warriors we have foreseen in the last 1.5 years. What had happened was the mental well-being of the students, the mental well-being of the society in general. Who was going to look after it? I'll tell you one more thing. The Pratap group is 25-year-old, but Pratap University, where I am the Vice Chancellor in Jaipur, that is only 11 years old. Now, what happened initially was we have more than about 70 to 80 first learners. So when we talk about digitization, we have to understand one or two things which are very essential in this aspect. These first learners meant that their parents had never been to colleges and universities. So they could not guide their students. They were perplexed as what to do next. Our deans, HODs, and even we as vice chancellors, we had an online meeting not only with the students, but their parents. We told them, why is it important that the students must come online? How they should behave. Actually, behavior on online classes, that was very important. Because, you know, the students did not know how to behave during classes. Sometimes they would exit, sometimes they would put their, pictures out of this thing. Sometimes they would join with a different name. So we had to give them this behavioral training. Now, apart from that, we talk about digital divide. Of course, the digital divide still exists, but we have come up to a certain situation in which we have our faculty members have done a lot of things to bridge this digital divide. How? Initially, they use WhatsApp group, chat bots, emails, everything. But now I think every institution, we had it right from day one at Pratap University. We had an ERP and an LMS and everything in place. Already it was there. But then I cannot talk about 1 or 2 universities or colleges. We have to take India in its expanse. So when we talk about the digital divide, I think I was earlier to being at Pratap University, Jaipur, I was Vice Chancellor of a university in Himachal Pradesh. Their students coming from the hilly areas, they did not have any internet connectivity there. Let apart accessibility or anything, let apart the internet speed, it was not out of question. There was no internet there. So what to do? So we had to ask them to come over to a nearby place in a computer center where we arranged for a particular group following social distancing to have their education. Now, this could be done only after a few months later. We could not do it initially. Then there is gender divide. Of course, digitization is there to stay. As Mr. Satpathy said, that artificial intelligence is going to be the call of the day. We can have even human feelings and reasonings embedded into algorithms. Now, of course, if we come to blend AI with AHI, that means human intelligence. That is going to be something very great. But even AI is doing things for us right now. Whatever we are searching for in a Google, on a mobile smartphone, we get recommendations as per our search. That is AI. So we have to understand that the ultimate impact of migration to artificial and machine assisted intelligence is in many ways unforeseeable for many of us. But it is certain to be fundamental. That means it is here to stay. The revolution to come, and it has already come in some ways, will play out over decades. But because of the accelerating nature of technology as of now, and the rapid spread of information in today's world, actually we have to tell our students, we have a plethora of information on the social sites, but which is the relevant information and how to choose that information and how to select that information, that becomes more important. And indeed, to help to shape it to provide ends for society, that is the main important aspect. We have to be providing inputs which are relevant for the society. For example, if we talk about research, I fully agree with Mr. Satpathy that research is very important. And let me tell you, India in itself has grown in terms of research activities in the past few years. However, there is one word of caution I would like to put. Research should not be limited to adding a DR in front of the name. Research should not be limited to putting a thesis in the library. As is happening in many other Western European countries, and even now I must name that country, it is China, that research is being translated for the welfare of the society. That means industry and higher educational institutions are bound to come together. The industry has to pass over problems to the higher educational institutions, and the researchers have to find solutions to it and pass it back to the industry for, say, the welfare of the society. And that is what actually research should mean. We have now started understanding these basics, and that is why I feel that the research activities which organizations like IFERP, maybe I think the organization led by Mr. Bhandari, Dr. Bhandari, I think we should all strive to get research activities done in this fashion. Now, next, I think talking about research is good enough. Now we talk about Make in India, for example. The Honorable Prime Minister has given us a boost in terms of getting startups with a Make in India concept. But I myself feel things in certain ways, like I am a very big proponent of the Guru Shishya Parampara. I tell you, it is not concerned to any religion, caste, creed, ethics, anything. It is simply saying that let's become mentors. If we don't want to use the word guru, let's say we become mentors to our students, handhold them. When we want to have startups, when we want to have an entrepreneurial activity, well, we can teach the students business plans. We have very good faculty members. Like in IMERT, I could see that the basic minimum experience, as Dr. Bhandari said, was minimum 10 years. That is stupendous. My congratulations to the team. But what actually would mean is, we all have very good qualifications, sir. But we have to handhold the students. We have to give them a direction. That means apart from teaching finance, marketing, I myself am an MBA graduate of 1978-80 batch from the University of Allahabad, long back, when many people did not even know what MBA was. So what has happened, my understanding in the past few years as Pro Vice Chancellor and 2 terms as Vice Chancellors right now, is that we have to teach every subject to the student. That is, of course, mandatory. But then what would be more important is not only teaching these subjects, but changing the mindset of the student, changing the mindset of the faculty members. That is very, very important. We don't just go through a process. It is individualized. One student can think differently. We don't have to give them the same, say, food on the same plate to everyone. We have to find the difference in their orientations. Like, I'll give you a very small example. Right, when I'm talking about 9-10 years back, when I was dean somewhere, in that university, I had a student from the state of Bihar who used to just pester faculty members, run after them with a laptop. I want to do some startup. All the faculty members, after some time or the other, just saw him and ran out of the office. because he would pester them for hours altogether. Suddenly I thought, this student has something in him. Let me find out what actually he has in mind. Today, that student has a very big, say, a plantation related startup in the state of Bihar. He has got government funding, vertical gardening, gardening everywhere, within the offices, outside the offices. And the turnover at that organization right now, after just 3 years' time, is more than 5 crores per annum. It is not money which I am talking. He has employed a team of 40 people with him. So what I mean to say is, just quoting Dr. Abdul Kalam, the president of India, former president of India, excellence happens not as an accident, but it is a process. So we have to see that we must have a process in mind. Whenever a student comes to me, I always tell that student, I always tell my teachers that let's not motivate the student to get a job. Motivate the student to plan a career. That is the most important thing. The first job holds importance only if it prepares the student for a better career in life. It is not only a monetary benefit of the first job which should be kept in consideration. Of course, that is of course very motivating when you get a good salary. But then what have you planned for the next 5 years? We talk about learning outcomes, we talk about course outcomes, program outcomes. Let it not be only on paper. And I tell my students everywhere, it is not only students of my university, in fact, I have a relationship with many students of many different institutions. When I am in certain webinars and conferences, they write back to me and I reply. You know, I tell the students that, can you remove the name of your parents from your resume? Of course, they'll say with a big no. So likewise, you cannot remove the name of your institution, the school, the higher education institution from where you have done your post-graduation, graduation, PhD. You can never delete it. That means you are wedded for life, just as with your parents, so with your institutions. So make your institutions proud. And the institutions in turn should be responsible enough, not only to get a job for them or maybe make them pass out, or just have them in their alumni base. I'll give you a small example. This is a very big platform to talk such things on. During the pandemic, I felt that in general, in my time, actually, it was a corporate ladder. That means I had done my MBA in marketing and market research, and I just became vice president of an organization later on, climbed the corporate ladder on the basis of my specialization. I did not need much reskilling. Nowadays, that corporate ladder has been converted to a corporate maze. Ek bhool bhulaiya ban gayi. The student has to maneuver through that maze throughout his or her life. And you know, he has to keep on reskilling, upskilling, upgrading, just like teachers have to be reskilled, upskilled, upgraded. Now, how would this reskilling come? The student is not able to climb the ladder by maneuvering through that particular maze. So I asked my alumni, if you need any upskilling during the COVID period, come back to us. You are my students and you will ever remain my students. We will not let you down. We gave certificate courses to certain students. The 121 students enrolled with us. We gave them certificate courses and they were very happy. But I said it is a symbiotic process. The relationship is mutual. You will have to train our students regarding the industry, your juniors, and take them into the industry for placements. So that is a win-win situation for everyone. So what I mean to say is sustainability, digitization, and strategy all come together when we talk about such approaches. Now, when we talk about the, say, national education policy, for instance, we see that it is a very progressive policy. Everything is initiated in it. You know, in the past, say 2 years' time almost, I had the privilege of not only attending, but being either chief guest or keynote speaker or guest of honor in almost 200 webinars, conferences, and say symposiums, colloquiums, whatever you may call them. Now, I have been attending this not only because I wanted to be present on the screen, but because of a learning for me own. I wanted to learn. I was not so good in digital terms. Now I'm as good as my student, as good as my faculty members in the past 2 years. It has transformed me and my life. And when I talk about it, I talk to my senior professors, you also get transformed. I motivate them. The younger faculty members in my organization, they have taught the senior professors how to be better digital citizens. That is what has been happening. Now, what has happened at that point of time is that when we went online, for example, everyone has to go online. It is going to be a hybrid mode of teaching. We all agree, though I prefer to call it as a high flex mode, not hybrid. We have to be highly flexible as to the percentage of online and offline classes, even in the future. So when I tell my senior professors that it is not only changing the course curriculum, which has become important now while teaching online, you have to change the course curriculum and change and modify the pedagogy of teaching. When we are teaching online, and experiments and researchers have showed that the attention span of the students in terms of watching a video or in terms of listening to a faculty member online is reduced drastically. I'll tell you, for a video, for example, a YouTube video, say about 10 years back, if it was 20 seconds, it has become 7 to 8 seconds, even 12 seconds sometimes. So what do we expect? We have to put forth our say academics to the student in a way in which he or she can learn. We have not only to be excellent in terms of delivery. You know, excellence is very good, but how effective it is to the learning of the students. That means efficiency and effectiveness combined, that should be the call of the day. We must understand how effectively the student has learned. And if we are able to understand that, then our teaching and learning process becomes viable and effective. This is exactly what the Honorable Prime Minister had said. I was going through one of his LinkedIn posts. I always refer to that, say more than 10 to 12 times I have done that because I really adore him for that. He has said that as in English language, there are 5 vowels. So likewise in business or in any new world order which might be coming, we have to adhere to these 5 vowels: A, E, I, O, U. A for adaptability. We have to adapt to changing situations. If digitization is the call of the day, we have to. Change may have resistance. Every change has resistance. So let me just pause for a minute. I'll tell you what sort of resistance to change there can be. We all know that we cannot remain as isolated islands of excellence now. We have become a global village. In these past 2 years, it has become more and more important and pertinent and visible to us. So what is important now is collaboration. You know, what I started just as an initiative, as a test marketing, what I did was I talked to some of the institutions around my university, whether they were colleges or universities or higher educational institutions, and told them, let's share our resources. Initially, nobody gave me a positive answer. I said, at least start with taking classes for each other. If I have 40 students right now attending my class, if you have 20 of yours, what's the harm? So initially to take, say, I took the lead. I said, I am a teacher also, not only vice chancellor. I am a teacher of management. I'll teach strategic management to your students and our students. I'll take one class every week. Now, what happened was, suddenly things started changing. They also said, we have very good teachers in engineering. I said, we have very good professors in pharmacy. Let's share the videos. Let's have online classes together. Even the students would know each other better. Let's not think about unhealthy competition. Let's think how we can help each other. Now, that is in tune with what international collaborations also are happening. You know, when we talk about international collaborations, first we should think about national collaborations. I have struck MOUs with many domestic universities right now. We want to help each other. We want to be prepared when the onslaught comes from international universities. And let's not be pessimistic about it also. We will have to sustain ourselves and we will do so. Why? The international universities right now, the quality of the students which are going abroad, only very few are going on scholarships. Most of them are from the affluent sections of the society. Now, when these universities come to India, they will have to seek our help. You know, they will have to customize their course structure according to the needs of the region, the state, the local needs. Even McDonald's and Domino's have to produce aloo tikkis and samosas now. They were forced to do so. So this is how the market plays. As people of management, we all know that the market forces would force you to come up with products which are very customized for the target customers which you have. So let's not fear them. Let's collaborate with them also. You know, we have to grow. Let's take it as a challenge. Let's be sustainable in our efforts. So the Prime Minister, which Honorable Prime Minister had said, one was adaptability, the other was efficiency, AE. He said we have to be efficiency and effective. Let's not calculate any achievement by the number of hours given. Let's calculate it by the productivity. This is what he said. O is opportunity, equal opportunity to everyone. As leaders, education leaders, institution leaders, we have to give opportunity to everyone. U is universalism. As I said, this is a global villages now. So we cannot say we will exist alone. Nobody can exist alone. We have to come together. So that is, I think, very important when we are talking about say sustainability, digitization. Well, AI, IoT. When we talk about say cyber security, for example. Now, as we are going digital, the threats to digitization have also come. So if you want to be sustainable, we have to understand that we have to save our own institutions from cyber security threats like phishing, malware. There are so many other threats. So cyber security in itself has come up as a very good say career for the students. Right now, more than about say 5 to 10 lakh jobs are existing in India, for which we don't have people. We have HR analytics for management people. We have cyber security embedded in our course curriculum at our university. We have done it right now because we know that this is going to be the demand for tomorrow. So sustainability is very important when we understand the basics, not only of how to go digital, but how to go and become digital citizens, good digital citizens of the world. That means how should we use our digital prowess? Like, for example, many would just surf through the net, go to Netflix, say even for 2 hours or 3 hours. There are so many things which you can do on a social media platform. So let's teach our students. Let's tell our faculty not only to teach them to become good human beings, but become good digital citizens also. So I think my time has elapsed. My watch shows 11:11. So I had been given a time till 11:10. Thank you so much, IMERT. Thank you so much, IFERP. I am very sincerely thankful to all of you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your keynote speech. Now, with the end of keynote speech, our inaugural session, end of the day, ends here. I take this opportunity to present a vote of thanks. My sincere thanks to our honorable management of IMERT and the entire enthusiastic team of IFERP. Special thanks to all the dignitaries, Dr. Jitendra Bhandari, Director IMERT, Dr. Sanjay Mari, Principal National Insurance Academy, Mr. Rudrabhanu Satpathy, Chief Executive Officer, Technored Groups, Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University. My special thanks to all the presenters and the attendees here. Breakout rooms have been opened and I request all the participants to join their respective breakout rooms. I request the participants of technical session 1A to join breakout room 1 and the participants of technical session 1B to join breakout room 2. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay Mari sir, Dr. Abhay Kumar sir, for their valuable speeches today. We are overwhelmed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Yeah, I really hope to have a long-term association with you. Thank you.
Aparna ma'am. Hello. Aparna ma'am is there?
Wait a minute, Sudhakar sir. I will inform her to be there online.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Do you want any assistance from my side then? By the time Aparna ma'am joins?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Yeah, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Lawrence sir?
Dr. Lawrence sir has to be into main room, sir.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes. We can wait for the Aparna ma'am. Once we have started, we can start the session here.
Okay. चहा नाही, कॉफी घेते मी आता. माझं काम होत आलं.
Hello, sir. We are, I guess, switched to the main room.
Okay, madam. Now I have to join again, madam. Hello.
I request all participants to kindly wait for 5 minutes more. We are yet to work upon on breakout rooms.
Okay, madam.
And we'll resume in next, probably by 11:30 we will resume.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much and solicit your presence for the time. Yeah.
Aparna ma'am. Hello. Aparna ma'am is there?
Aparna ma'am, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, can we go ahead with presentations now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes. Once again, good morning to all of you. The awaited session of our conference begins now. I welcome all the presenters and participants of technical session 1. I humbly welcome the session chair, Dr. M.D. Lawrence, Principal, Foresight College of Commerce, Pune, Maharashtra. Welcome, sir. We will start with the presentations now. First, I invite Dr. Snehal Godbole to present Jan Dhan Yojana, a new beginning for financial inclusion in India, journey and roadmap ahead.
Yep. Thank you, ma'am. Can I start with the presentation straight away?
Yes, you can share your PPT. You can share the screen and show the PPT, and then you can start.
Okay. The PPT is visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, okay.
Lawrence, sir, can we start?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Can we start?
Yes, madam. Yes, please start.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good morning to all of the people who are present over there. My name is Dr. Snehal Godbole, and I will be giving a presentation on the Jan Dhan Yojana, a new big financial inclusion in India, the journey and the roadmap ahead. So I'm working with Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Management Studies and Research, and as an assistant professor, and along with me, the co-author, Mr. Sameer Deshpande, who is the managing director of Jimwell Private Limited, has worked on this particular paper. So sir is not there, so I'll be presenting the paper on his behalf as well. As far as the abstract of this paper goes, the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, it got started in the year 2014, August. And the basic intention behind starting this particular Jan Dhan Yojana was to bring in the common man who was not there or who was deprived of the financial services that were being given to the people. So financial services like the insurance is there, savings accounts are there, credit and debit facilities are there. So let us have an access, let the common man has an access to these services. So that was the basic intention when this particular Yojana was started. Though when this Yojana was started, there was a rise in the bank account. Many bank accounts were opened and a lot of money had flown into those bank accounts. But the other bodies where there are certain criticisms that are being faced by this particular Yojana, I'll be discussing on these things in my coming slides. So when we talk about financial inclusion, when we talk about this particular means, the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi had said that all the people in this country should have their own bank account. People who were deprived should have their own bank account, let their income be low income or let there be no income. These services, the banking services, they include the savings, credit, insurance, payments, and other facilities that were given to these people who were earlier excluded. The banking services, they are viewed as a service in public good. The term financial inclusion meant that all the banking services should be given to the population that was there, and there would be no discrimination at all with respect to their status. In short, if you talk, the people were given fair chance, they were given a transparent and equitable manner, and again, these services were provided to the people at an affordable cost. Few research papers have been studied by me while going through the study of this particular on this particular topic, and I am giving two references over here. One is Mr. T.K. Parida, and in his paper, he had said that more thrust is to be paid on the household, on the individual, rather than the village as a whole. So earlier, certain schemes were launched where certain villages were taken into account, but now he says that instead of taking the villages, we need to concentrate more on the household. And in the second paper, Mr. M.C. Joshi, in his article, has highlighted that the financial inclusion is delivery of banking services. And again, he is mentioning about the affordable cost to the people who were the disadvantaged or people who were from low income group. And especially these were the people from the rural background. Let us see what actually this Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana is. It was launched in two phases. The first phase began from 20th of August to 15th of August 2015. The second phase, it started from 15th August to 2015 to 15th August 2018, and now it is being continued. So this particular got kicked off on 20th of August 2014 by our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra G. Modi, and he had ensured that the financial inclusion will bring life of dignity as well as empowerment to the people who were deprived. Shri Modi has also quoted that economic resource of the country should be utilized for the well-being of the poor. So by having such accounts, we meant that inflow of cash would be there, and this cash would be accounted, and this accounted cash could be used in other development areas. In order to ensure financial inclusion, various initiatives were taken by the Reserve Bank and the government itself, where the branches, the banks, they got expanded. They came up with new branches, new networks were there, so that we could reach to the last person. And in a country like India, where the population is so vast, it is important to build up on that network to reach to the last person. The basic objectives of PMJDY were, first was to ensure access to various financial services to the people, like the savings bank account and other things. The second objective was assess the need of base credit, remittance facility, and the insurance and pension to be given to the people, to the weaker section and to the lower income group. So more thrust is paid on the people who were not included or who were not having any financial background, neither they had any PAN card, neither they had any account. So major thrust was paid to these people, to get these people into the mainstream. The benefits that are offered in PMJDY were that basic bank account was to be opened for the people who never had any account. Second is no requirement to maintain any minimum balance in this particular scheme. So this was one of the major highlights. We said that you need not have or you need not maintain minimum balance. If you look at the various service providers, if you look at the various banks that we have, let it be the private banks. So private sector banks, they have certain compliances. They said that if you don't maintain a minimum balance up to this amount, you would be charged, you would be penalized. But when it came to Jan Dhan Yojana, it was straight away said that minimum balance criteria does not stand over here. Interest is earned on the deposit in the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Rupee debit card is provided to the account holders. An accident cover of rupees 1 lakh, which could be enhanced to 2 lakh as per the new Yojana, and the people who had opened their account post 28/8/2018, that is after the second phase. So after the second phase, the insurance cover had gone up from 1 lakh to 2 lakh, and also the people were given the cards. So let us have a look at a table that shows that how the standings are. Like when this particular scheme was launched in 2014, after 1 year, that is on 15th of August 2015, the standing is as of now. The standing that I'm sharing with you is as per the 31st of March 2015, where if I look at the grand total, I see that 12 crores new accounts, 12 crore 54,73,289 new accounts were opened. And the balance that had got transferred into these accounts was very high. The number of debit cards, rupee debit cards that was circulated was also around 1 crore 10 lakh 79, 11 crore 7 lakh 92,000. If we look at the current standing as of 15th of September 2021, 43 crore new accounts have been opened. So if we look at the way these accounts have been opened, it is very, very, very encouraging that the scheme has been going very good. So from 12 crores in the first year, from 12 crores in the first year, we have reached to 43 crore 40 lakhs in the sixth year. And if we look at the year-wise performance of the scheme, we'll see that the month in which it was launched, in the year in which it was launched, 2014, the beneficiaries or the account holders were around 2 crore 98 lakhs. And this is the year-wise report which says that as of 31st of 2015, the accounts were around 12 crores. In 2016, they have reached to 24.43 lakhs. And there has been a gradual rise. But if we look at the gradual rise, the percentage rise is going down, because more and more people have already got enrolled. And now, as of now, on 15th of September 2021, 43 crore 40 lakhs Jan Dhan Yojana accounts have been opened. So most of the people have been enrolled in this Yojana. Most of the people have been told, or most of the people have been taken into financial inclusion, but only the term financial inclusion is there. Not much is happening after that. If we look at it, the number of accounts, there has been stable rise. Do I have to stop?
You got only 1 minute more.
Only
1 minute more.
1 minute to finish, sir.
Sorry. Okay. So there are various okay, sir. So there are various challenges that are being faced. So these challenges in terms of connectivity, telecom connectivity, because we are trying to reach to the masses and the connectivity is not there. And as of now, we have been talking about digitalization. We have been talking about the net banking. So we need connectivity. The second, as it is being said, that you need not maintain zero balance. So again, it is very difficult to keep the account alive. The brand awareness and sensitization is another issue that is there. The commission to the banks on the DBT, earlier the commission to the banks was 1%, and now it is being proposed to raise to 2%, so that the banks also get encouraged. And there is difficulty in coverage areas as well, because as of now we see, as I have already said, the population is vast, the people are diverse, are at various locations, so it is not possible to cover each and every area. So this is one major challenge that is being faced. I'll just conclude this, that after the 7 years of completion, the Yojana is doing good. As of now, around 40 crore beneficiaries or the people have opened their account. But again, opening the account should not be the criteria. They should maintain the account so that the financial inclusion aspects comes into picture. The financial inclusion program, which aims to expand its wings through affordable services. Again, we have been talking about providing services to these people at affordable cost, which include the financial service such as bank account, insurance, and pension. There is a lot of criticism that is being there by other bodies, because they feel that there is an overload on the branches, because branches have to come up, and again there is an overload. The people have to work for more hours to get this system rolling. And the last point I would like to share is there is awareness, but there is not much awareness about the financial literacy of this particular Yojana. There people are not aware of this financial literacy, and the literacy of the population is another hurdle in this scheme. That is all from my side. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Snehal Gudbole.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 minutes for any questions for Mr.
for Dr. Snehal Godbole. Any questions? Hello? All right, if nobody's asking any questions, Mr. Godbole,
Yes, sir.
tell me trying to suggest that
Lawrence sir, your
the
voice
challenge ahead is
wasn't audible. Your voice wasn't
Yes.
audible. It wasn't clear.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, I could not get the question. Sir, I could not get the question as the voice was not audible. So if you could please repeat the question, that would help. Ma'am, I guess Lawrence sir is there with us?
Is there? I guess there is some connectivity issue.
Yes, yes, yes. There is some connectivity issue.
So we'll wait for some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Sorry for the technical.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now you are showing that brand awareness is a big limitation and a challenge.
Yes, sir.
For the Jan Dhan Yojana, but it is at a very central level. What do you think are the constraints for brand building?
So, if we look at this particular aspect, the Jan Dhan Yojana, the Prime Minister's vision, the vision he is carrying, that vision is not successfully carried out to these people. Today, the people are just thinking about getting the people into the system, into the mainstream, but there is lack of clarity whether they have to maintain those accounts, whether they have to keep those accounts alive or not. So when we talk about brand, when we talk about awareness, people are lacking in this. The programs that are there, the programs that are being conveyed, the programs that are carried out, the right information is not reaching to the people who are the beneficiaries.
Okay. Now you also mentioned, rather, you quoted the Prime Minister saying that this scheme should emphasize on low income or no income.
Yes, sir.
Can you elaborate on that?
So when this particular scheme was started, so it was studied that not every person is having his bank account, and the basic thrust was to get these people into the mainstream. Second thing was a lot many subsidies were given, lot many payments were given, and the basic intention was to get these payments, get these people into the banking system, so that the money these people are getting, let it be in terms of subsidies or let it be in terms of the various Rozgar Yojanas that were there, that money should go to the bank first, and then it should go to the people. So when he said that at low cost, so he had already said that you need not maintain the bank account. If your bank account balance is zero, we are not going to charge any penalty. So he had encouraged people to come up to the banks, go to the banks, get yourself enrolled, so that not only the savings account, not only the banking accounts are there, but there are various services that are there. So these services could be utilized by these people. So there is service for insurance. There is another service for remittance. There is a service where you get a debit card. So other services are there. There are chances that you could get some loans on it. So getting these people into the mainstream getting these people into the mainstream would strengthen the financial power of this particular.
All right. We are running short of time because I just want you to, in your title, you said it's a new beginning for financial inclusion.
Yes, sir.
About 8 years have passed.
Yes, sir.
So how can it be a new beginning for financial inclusion?
Sir, if 8 years have passed, if you look at the current trend, 1942, 1947 since our independence, and if you look at it took more than 70 years for for the government to realize that there are other people who can be into the mainstream. So if I take that span, if I take 7 decades, and it is still the Yojana has not completed 1 decade. So I still think it is a new beginning for the people to get into financial inclusion. Apart from this,
Yeah. Thank you very much.
thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
You've done a good job, and congratulations to you and your co-author. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Have a nice day, sir.
Same to you.
Thank you, Dr. Snehal Godbole.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now move ahead to the next presenter.
Aparna, madam, just 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Let me announce to them that the time they can present the paper up to 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes we'll give a bell, and they should stop. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Aparna, madam.
Okay. Yes. Next, I invite Varna Vishakar V to present analysis of municipal solid waste management strategies in the city of Greater Noida. Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. You can present your PPT.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, Varna, come on, start.
Yes. Good afternoon to everyone present here. As this conference title indicates, strategic approach towards sustainable development. I'm very happy to share my presentation towards waste management in our surrounding environment. Everyone may think this is totally all out talking about digital transformation. What's exactly happening in this environmental front? I would like to share you some of the strategies towards waste management system in our surrounding environment towards the sustainable development. I hope our conference title also it's related to that strategic approach to the sustainable development. So this is my title, specifically the Greater Noida region. It is in UP, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi NCR to UP, Ghaziabad. Some of the regions we have collected this solid waste management study, and some of the various methods and strategies have analyzed. These are my members. I'd like to summarize some of the things in my paper, what all the things are available. What is the purpose? What is the purpose of our waste management? Why we have to do in this digital era? Because day-to-day life surrounding environment, we are all overall talking about recycling, storage, shortage of everything, scenario, go green, all these things we are all talking about. So initially, in our digital era, am I audible, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, well, continue.
I think the voice is not visible. Am I audible?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry?
Mr. Varna, you can go ahead as you are perfectly audible.
Mr. Varna, we continue.
This meeting is being recorded.
Sorry.
I guess he has logged out of the session, so we'll wait for a few minutes. Let him join back.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I think it's come.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. I don't know what's happening. Suddenly, the connection gets disconnected.
Okay, okay. Carry on, carry on.
Now, okay. So, in our waste management strategy, as a summarily speaking, I would like to complete it in a very crispy manner. So, in the Ghaziabad region and Greater Noida region, we would have collected as a major study. The purpose of the study is to analyze different methods, the different waste disposal methods, which is connecting nearby to our digital era. For example, the softwares also I am linking in this waste strategy. On this, the field study as well as the software study. Because everyone may think this is totally a field-oriented study, what we are analytically do, what we are going to do in a digital platform for sustainable development. Here, the collection of the waste observation have to be done in the field. Accordingly, various strategies for the disposal method. So in our future generation, waste management, it should be a part of the, because nowadays what scenario is happening, we people are using more resources, more everything, starting from our kitchen waste, starting from our all the things scenario. This is our day-to-day life process. But whether are we managing the waste in a proper manner, are we going towards our sustainable development? That is our primary scenario. So let me conclude you in a fine manner of all over analysis towards over many of the states. This was the graphical representation, MSW collection efficiency for the selected Indian states. This is just a summary towards look at the MSW collection efficiency, because some may collect dispose manner and the post manner. Some of the data which we have collected from our overall Ministry of Environment and Resources. These are all the digital data for the last 50 years, 100 years. We are continuously looking into an attack. At that time, what we analyzed is here the disposal ranges is quite lesser. So initially we want to know about what is exactly our municipal solid waste management. Everyone, waste management is the term, it's a common term. I would like to specify that what is the purpose of our group to look into this project in this manner. Here we are going to discuss about the characterization, collection, minimization, separation, and the treatment. So in an overall point of view, towards managing the solid waste management, here in order with ITC Limited, PPP project, so everywhere, every decade, depending upon the population growth, here they are analyzing the solid waste management. So some of the literature studies already indicated that waste management strategies are going on, but specific reasons they are not simplifying any of the methods. They are simply collecting, they are dumping. So what is our, being an environmental research scholar, what is my plan is? My plan is to estimate, these are all the strategies, these are all the collection management, these are all the methodologies. The recording has stopped. Starting from our waste storage, collection, waste segregation, transportation, these are all our strategies. I'm linking with to the digital era, how this digital era able to do all this process. So for that purpose, I would like to tell you there are two processes, trash flow and waste works. These two software methodologies, along with the field, we are connecting towards the sustainable development. So what we have done in this region, overall, before going for the specific region of the Greater Noida, we have collected surrounding Delhi NCR along with all the cities location. What we have collected over here is all the municipal solid waste collection starting from our previous years. Starting from our the past data, we would have gone through up at the database given by Niri Nagpur, CPCB. This meeting is being recorded. from that, the composition of MSW, Municipal Solid Waste Management, this is our basic strategy. Institutional waste, household waste, because everywhere nowadays, industry or whether it is in an educational institution, hostel campuses, everywhere this kitchen waste, large number of persons, small number of persons, everything, the waste generation came into an attack. So for that reason, the light waste, wood waste, and all this organic waste we have taken into the composition level. Then we are going for the disposal step. So yeah, nowadays the apps oriented, we are commonly okay with all the apps. Nowadays we are connected to with this Zoom, MS Teams, everything. The app oriented things is lightweight connected. So why can't we use this in our waste management scenario? Why can't we use this in a sustainable development?
Yes, Ms. Parna.
Aparna, madam.
Yes, sir.
What is the snack now?
Sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
No. Where is Mr.
I guess he has logged off again, maybe due to network issue. So can we go ahead with the next presenter?
Just wait for a few seconds. If he comes back, so we can, because it.
Okay, sir. We'll wait.
The benefit of the limitations of technology.
Okay, sir. Okay. We'll wait.
Okay, Dr. Aparna. Aparna, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I think we have lost him and he's having some genuine problem.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we can move to the next.
Okay, sir.
Next speaker.
Yes. So next I invite Dr. Shubhangi Ramaswamy ma'am to present crisis mitigation strategies adopted by IT companies during COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay.
Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, respected track chair, Dr. M.D. Lawrence sir. Good afternoon to all my presenters and colleagues. Am I audible clearly?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I'll share my screen.
Yeah.
Is it clearly visible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So basically, my paper title is The Crisis Mitigation Strategy Adopted by IT Companies During COVID-19 Pandemics. There are multiple publications happened during COVID-19 pandemics. So this particular topic is exclusively designed keeping IT companies mind. So I'm Agi Ramaswamy, at present working as a professor at IMERT. I'm representing this paper on my behalf of all my co-authors. So because of the time constraint, immediately I'll start with the presentation. My session agenda is I'm going to brief you about the introduction, the purpose, the statement of the problem, why this particular topic is taken into consideration for the study, then the objective of the study, the methodology adopted, and finally, we are going to see what is the outcome of this particular study in terms of finding and discussion. And last but not the least, very important aspect of any research is implication. So to begin with, we'll try to understand the background of the study. The background of the study, in the sense, why we have taken this particular topic. We have observed that the COVID-19 pandemic hit the entire world very badly. You can say that there are a lot of disruptions across the various sectors, and the who are all the most important sector which respond to this particular pandemic is IT industry. They have really quickly adopted to the situation, and they have responded very well to this situation. So we are trying to understand how IT industry has responded to this particular situation. Why IT industry? Because if you see their business continuity, they have a very big contracts with them, okay, with an imminent client. So during this disruptive situation also, how these people really coped up with the scenario, that is the point we are going to discuss in this particular research paper. The statement of problem says that very important challenges faced by this IT industry is business operation. Okay, one side business operation, business continuity plan is on stake, and other side is managing employee. If the employees are not managed very well during this crisis time, obviously the IT industry knows that they are not going to meet the contracts. So these are the two important challenges faced by the IT industry, and that is the statement of problem that has been taken for the study. The purpose of the study is, on the broader scale, is we need to understand this kind of crisis situation. We need to understand what are the probable challenges, and not only that, in this paper, the efforts are made to give a realistic solution, because this type of unforeseen situation can happen anywhere at any given point of time. So what is our preparation? Okay, how we can prepare to face this unforeseen situation? That is the study basically undertaken. Now we'll see research design part. The nature of the study is descriptive and empirical. Descriptive in the sense there are a lot of published articles during the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have studied those articles. And why it is empirical? Because the data is being collected from the IT employees. Specifically, 158 is the sample size with the help of structured questionnaire. And we have used both primary as well as secondary data. The sampling technique that is used is a convenient sampling technique, because the quick and the immediate solution it was expected for the IT organizations. Okay. The objective of the study, we have three objectives kept in mind. One is to study the various challenges faced. Then second issue is, since this particular study is relevant to IT industry, we have taken the productivity issue during completely giving the work from home strategy. Okay, so that is studied. And the third is, considering all this scenario, can we propose a kind of prototype for crisis mitigation as a crisis mitigation model? That was the agenda. The scope of this particular research is limited to IT companies only, and that too, this kind of crisis situation, and it's related to only business continuity plan. So this is overall framework.
The recording has stopped.
Now, let us move to finding and discussion part. So we talked about the challenges faced. We talked about proposing a kind of a crisis mitigation model. So all the four co-authors, okay, contributed well, and then we have designed a crisis mitigation model. So the crisis mitigation model that we have come up with is crisis mitigation is nothing but balancing three parameters very well. One is business continuity plan, and obviously effective use of tools and technology. And last but not the least, which we cannot ignore that factor, that is employee wellness parameter. So the data has been collected from all the 158 IT employees. Not only that, the lot of focus group interviews been carried out by Dr. Pankaj Kumar, who is at present account delivery head of Wipro Technologies. So all the technical contribution is, let me acknowledge, that is been done by Dr. Pankaj Kumar. And we identified these three parameters for crisis as a base for crisis mitigation. So in my next slide, I'm going to show you the detailing of all those three parameters identified. So what comes under business continuity plan, where the IT organization needs to focus most? What comes under tools and technology? What are the key important areas which one should not ignore? And the last but not the least, the major contribution is towards employee wellness, okay, where I have contributed more being a HR faculty and from my domain specialization. So these are the prime areas we have worked out. We have identified the key parameters under each and every important head. And lastly, we have designed a kind of a 360-degree model, which the IT companies can use to mitigate, to face such a kind of crisis situation. So what is this 360-degree model is all about? So that I'm going to discuss in detail. This is the result outcome of all the data analysis done with the help of structured questionnaire. So let us first focus on the BCP. BCP is Business Continuity Plan, Tools and Technology, and Employee Wellness. Under Business Continuity Plan, okay, very important is work from home for all the employees and getting the productivity from them. That is a big challenge. Then change in business operation policies, because the same policy can't be continued in this scenario. So IT organization have quickly responded and they have made the necessary changes. Then plan to meet business delays. Obviously, because of the disruption, the delays are bound to be there, but they have really done well. Then new working agreement with the customers, extended BCP execution. So all these parameters comes under which we need to focus under business continuity plan. Then tools and technology, again, everything is listed over here. Okay.
Madam, I can give you only 1 minute.
Okay, sir. Okay. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes.
360-degree turn soon.
Yes, sir. Fine. Thank you, sir. So the last but not the least, I would like to highlight that the employee wellness is very, very important parameter that everyone agreed and concluded. Okay, so my conclusion over here is, during this kind of disaster, during this kind of unforeseen situation, very important scenario is business continuity plan. Okay, so IT companies, they have balanced business continuity plan, tools and technologies. And the most important parameter which I want to highlight over here is employee wellness strategies. So putting all these three things together, the things worked well. So that's it from my side, sir. Thank you so much. If any questions are there.
Okay, thank you very much. A very good presentation. And congratulations to your other two co-authors as well. Now, if anybody who's with us in this technical track 1, if they want any questions, they can chip in. Now, it appears that only I should ask you the questions. So, Are we ready to take it up? My first question to you, Shubhangi Madam, is
Yes, sir.
why did you call it crisis mitigation? Actually, it is crisis management strategies. Why did you make the title? Why the three of you, four of you decided to call it crisis mitigation? What is the genesis behind that?
Yes, sir. Actually, it is crisis mitigation in the sense the facing, basically how to face, how to meet, meeting the business continuity plan was priority. So basically keeping that priority in mind, that's the reason the title is framed as mitigation.
Because mitigation leads to something more than the continuity plan.
Yes, sir.
Because in a sustainable transformational approach, mere continuity is not important, but the continuity should come up with the impact or outcome. And that what was observed by many IT industries as well, the stability factor was emerging from bad to worse. And I'm not criticizing you, I'm just thinking aloud with you, right? And maybe you can expand this with relation to the another parameter. Means further you can do more research on this related to your only studied aspect of business continuity, right?
Right, sir.
Now, this COVID situation, Omicron or whatever, Delta or whatever, it will be ongoing process. So in that, why don't you, do you think it is better to think of the other parameters like stability after continuity, then growth and development? That this paper should have taken care of the post and the pre-COVID crisis. At least it should have come out somewhere there. Because almost more than 18 months this has happened. So your study is lacking a little bit of time justice, right? That means the statistics should have come. That is what I feel. It's my opinion, but it is not mandatory. But you may have reasons for that, the entire team of yours. Then your 3 module in that, when it comes to tools and technology, right?
Yes, sir.
Tools and technology. Why have you put disruptive technology there?
Yes, sir.
What is the idea of putting disruptive technology in the model under the title Tools and Technology?
This meeting is being recorded. Disruptive technologies, we have work on disruptive technologies, sir, because the main is the data security is the important parameter.
Get my question.
Yeah.
Disruptive technology itself is destructive. So it cannot even ensure continuity. So why are you including that? Can you justify that?
Yes, sir. May I?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. Disruptive technology, because there are, the major thing is in IT industry is threat to the data. Okay. So when we are using the massive use of tools and technology, the agenda is to have a control on disruptive technologies, which may be a cyber attack or data security issues.
Okay. You have clarified it properly. And
yes,
the answer is that disruptive technology is detrimental to your third factor in your module, employees' wellness. That is more important. So you are justified. Anyway, I have finished with my questions. You have done well. Congratulations to you and the entire team.
Thank you so much.
Don't stop here. You make a comparative paper on the post and the past, and don't only look at one variable of the continuity aspect of business continuity, but go beyond the continuity with the SGD factor. S variable is stability, growth, and development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Shubhangi Ramaswamy, ma'am. Next, I invite Ms. Namrata D'Souza to present the revival of travel and tourism sector, resilience building perspective.
1 minute. Aparna madam, she has got 2 papers, is it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can only present one. Let us choose one.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you can, madam, either you travel and tour or you talk about mental health issues.
Yes, sir. I will do the needful, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon to all. Let me first introduce myself. Okay. I hope, yes, sir. Good afternoon to all. My name is Ms. Namrata D'Souza. I am writing this paper as an author, and my co-author is my PhD guide, Dr. Sunil Ujagare, sir. The title of my paper is Assessment of Impact of COVID-19 Pandemic on the Mental Health Issues of the Employees Associated with the Hospitality Sector in Pune City. A little bit about myself. I'm currently associated with Ambrosia Institute of Hotel Management, and I'm working here as an assistant professor and with an additional charge as an in-charge principal. And I'm pursuing my PhD from Alana Institute of Management Sciences, Pune, which is affiliated to SPPU, that is Savitribai Phule Pune University, under the kind guidance of Dr. Sunil Ujagare, sir. The abstract. The purpose of this research study is to assess the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the mental health status of the employees associated with the hospitality sector in Pune. The recording has stopped. The researcher has used the survey method here to collect data from 75 employees using a well-structured questionnaire. The sampling method used for the study is non-probability convenience sampling, and the findings of this descriptive research study will help the industry to understand the mental health status and to strategically plan and implement policies to improve the economic and social status of the employees. A little bit about research introduction. We're talking about the mental health. So according to WHO, mental health is defined as a state of well-being in which every individual realizes his or her potential and can cope with the normal stress of life, can work productively and fruitfully, and is able to make a contribution to his or her community. The reason why I have selected this topic, the statement of the problem is, it has become imperative to deep dive into this subject and to assess the reasons that have affected and consequently impacted the social, economic, and mental health status of the employees associated with this hospitality sector. The hospitality sector, it comprises of the hotel and tourism sector, which is basically 4 major sectors of food and beverage, accommodation, travel and tourism, entertainment, and recreation. This also comes along with their allied industries like the transport sector, supply chain, IT, and many more. Now, according to UNWTO, that is the United Nations World Tourism Organization, around 25% of labor force is associated with this hospitality sector, while in Pune city, it is 22% of the labor force is engaged with the hospitality. In the literature review, I've done many literature reviews, out of which I have tried to put in 3 or 4 here. In this paper, the author Hamaush in 2020 has mentioned that more than the virus, it are the stress factors and the moderating factors that have increased the impact of COVID-19 on the employees' mental health. It includes these stressors include perception of safety and security, quarantine, stigma, isolation, exclusion from the society, loss of job, and financial crisis. Whereas in another paper, Mr. Kelly Greenwood, Vivek Bapat, and Mike Morgan in 2019 paper, they have mentioned that mental health has gained much importance and its study and awareness has reached a flex point because it is around 60% of employees who do not speak about their mental health at the workplace, and that factual figures have reached around 200 million work days, which has lost because of the non-productivity. So there are some more which I have mentioned here, like the author Minnie P. Thomas in an article, The Week magazine, has said that just by reading the news of COVID-19 has caused fear of getting infected by common people. And during the lockdown, the family dynamics has changed so badly that there is a devastating effect on the mental health of her. The research methodology which has been used, the objective to study the circumstances that give rise to mental health issues of the labor force and to study the impact of the pandemic on the mental health issues of the employees. The hypothesis considered is that there is a positive relationship between the pandemic and the mental health of these employees who are associated with the hospitality sector. The scope of study is limited to Pune city, where I have considered 5-star category hotels, A-grade restaurants, hotel management institutes, quick service restaurants, and tourism organizations. For this sampling study, I have taken 125 employees were selected, out of which 75 respondents have participated. So around 60% is my respondent rate. The limitation of this study is that the scope is restricted only to Pune city area, and I have considered few major hospitality sectors, but persons who are associated with places like kiosks, food malls, street food vendors, food trucks, chowpatis, cloud kitchens, bakery confectionery units, and many more have not been covered under this current study. In data collection, the primary data was collected from 75 respondents, I have already said. A well-structured questionnaire was prepared and distributed via social networking sites to these respondents, and 60% of them, of the total sample size, have participated in this study. Whereas the secondary data was collected from articles, internets, and interviews. This is a well-structured questionnaire. Rating scale method was also used, and data were analyzed using the Excel sheet and presented graphically with the help of bar charts and pie charts. Now, these are some of my findings, like the impact of COVID-19 on the family, where they say 29% of people were affected because of huge debts, medical expenditure, and due to hospitalization. On the occupation, around 34% people were affected because of the loss in their jobs or monthly pay cut, which has happened to them. These are some of the reasons which arise due to the pandemic on the financial state impacting mental health, where loss of job was the major criteria for impacting the mental health of these employees in the hospitality. Was there an impact on COVID-19? So yes, around 60% people have said yes, whereas the impact of the situation, where there are more than 25% people saying that they were completely devastated with the effect of the COVID-19. Now, this is the effect of gross yearly income of the pandemic, where previous to pandemic, they were getting around 4 to 6 lakhs rupees of the monthly of the yearly package, which went down to 0 to 1 lakh rupee only after the pandemic started because of the lockdowns and the closure of the sector. The findings here are that there is a positive relationship between the pandemic and mental health of the employees. 89.3% employees had a negative impact on their mental health due to lockdown and the ongoing pandemic, whereas 31% employees had to undergo mental depressions, 43% had faced increased frustration levels, whereas 13% had got chronic stress levels. Of the total respondents, 13% had no mental health issue, and they were quite stable during the lockdown and the pandemic situation.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the time allotted to you is...
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. It is just the conclusion part left out. Can I?
With the permission of the chair, you can definitely.
Okay, you can do that because you're saving our time by not going through the second paper. So
right, sir. Right, sir.
Give us 1 minute.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So the respondents towards the end of the questionnaire shared some of their views about the impact with some specific reactions. Where I would like to mention here is that there were mentioned that the lady was just trying to sustain in these hard times. Some were facing chronic boredom and frustrations, and some have said that under fierce conditions of uncertainty, they were under tremendous stress. So many of the respondents had a lot of problems with their employees, with their employers, and at the family level. And they were very unhappy because there was no policy worked out by the industry for the survival of these employees or survival of this industry. So that is the conclusion, and I have given some bibliographical references, and I'm very thankful to you all, sir.
Thank you. Anybody from the group who are participating got any questions for Namrata? No. Okay. So now, Namrata, just check your hypothesis. You're saying that there is a positive relationship between whatever you have said.
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
How can you, when submitting the paper today, how can you say there is a positive relationship? There was a positive relationship.
Yes, sir. That is right.
Since you're a student, I'm taking the liberty of telling you to correct that.
Correct,
because
sir.
the whole study will be boggled up.
Definitely.
Yeah, because that will directly, inversely contradict your findings, etc. Okay, so this was.
Correct,
and then you say that 13.3% were not affected at all. On
Yes,
what
sir.
basis did you come to this conclusion? That
Yes, sir.
Can you say without any hesitation that 13.3 of this respondents were totally had no impact of COVID?
Yes, sir. The reason is because of the questionnaire what I had sent across and the responses what I received. These are the respondents who actually flourished during the pandemic times because they were home care.
Were this 13.3 from 5-star hotels or from which
Yes, sir. These are from the 5-star hotels who are the managerial level people and the people who are having businesses, which is like home caterers and people who are having their own catering businesses. So it is a mixed crowd, sir.
Okay. Now, my last question to you is that you have covered the hospitality industry, right? It's hospitality sector.
Yes, sir.
But everybody went through mental issues with the non-hospitality areas as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, according to you, do you think that 13.3% of the people will be free from other sectors, or what do you feel as a researcher?
No, sir. I am specifically talking about the people associated with the hospitality sector. I have not included any other sector.
You did not understand the reason why what I'm asking you.
Yes, sir.
As a researcher doing this topic for PhD.
Yes, sir.
Which I need not repeat, hospitality industry is a very service-oriented industry, right? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Are you with me?
Yes, sir, but I got disrupted in between. I couldn't hear the question.
Yeah. Hospitality industry is more rigorous, more this thing.
Correct.
So, yeah, so you're working in Ambrosia, it's a hospitality center, everything. So your answer should be that definitely the other sectors will not be affected. That is just for your information, if you know as a researcher. Anyway,
yes,
well done. And why did you write 2 papers?
So actually, I am a PhD student and I need to write 2 papers in 1 year. And I had finished writing and I had submitted this paper for some other conference which got postponed.
Okay, just keep right. Okay, all the best. We hope
you so much.
You become a doctor soon. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Lawrence, sir.
Bye. Yes, Aparna madam.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Namrata ma'am. Next, I invite Ms. Chetrali Kale ma'am to present a study of financial inclusion through Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana in banking sector. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So a very good afternoon to the esteemed panel, Dr. M.D. Lawrence sir and my fellow presenters. I will now share my screen. Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Really well. Yes.
So the title of my study is a study of financial inclusion through Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana in the banking sector. I have presented the research paper along with the co-authors, Dr. Kannan Raj Gopalan. He is Associate Professor with Symbiosis Center for Management and Human Resource Development, affiliated to Symbiosis International University in Pune, along with two more co-authors, Professor C.S. Anushree Satpute ma'am and Professor Dr. Mangal Gauri Patil ma'am, affiliated to Marathwada Mitra Mandal, Institute of Management Education, Research and Training.
Where are you working?
I'm working with Marathwada Mitra Mandal Institute of Management Education, Research and Training. So about my biography, I am an academic professional pursuing PhD in management from Symbiosis International University. I possess a blend of industry exposure coupled with 4 years of academic experience. I have an MBA with specialization in finance with merit holder, topper of college, general secretary, University of Representative. I am also well versed with German as a foreign language. My core research interest area are financial inclusion, international finance, and international banking. Now we can see that in most of the developing countries, access to finance is a big problem. And due to scarcity of funds, credit-starved poor people often borrow funds from unorganized players at usurious rates. In India, the banking sector is growing continuously, but financial services are far away from the access of rural and underprivileged semi-urban and urban population. Various initiatives were undertaken by the RBI, Government of India, in order to ensure financial inclusion. Such initiatives include nationalization of banks, expansion of the bank branch network, establishment of cooperatives, regional rural banks, and formation of self-help groups. During 2005-2006, RBI advised banks to align their policies along with the objectives of financial inclusion. Further, in order to the recording has stopped and increasing the outreach of the banking sector, it was decided to use the services of NGOs, self-help groups, other civil society organizations, and business correspondent model. Swabhiman scheme. The initiative called Swabhiman was started in 2011, set a target to ensure bank branches in all villages with a population of 2,000 or more by March 2012. But the drawback of this scheme was that it was limited only to the rural areas, and hence the government felt the need to introduce the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, which focused on financial inclusion in rural as well as the urban sector. The government initiated the National Mission for Financial Inclusion, namely the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana in 2014, to provide universal banking services to every unbanked household, to provide various facilities along with providing financial literacy, access to credit, insurance, and pension. Financial literacy is an aspect of the initiative which can provide information to the underprivileged poor people, women, and micro, small, media enterprises about quality and quantity of the credits available to them, with the mission of making them self-sufficient and well-informed to take better financial decisions to further make financial inclusion a huge success. Today, India's population is 140 crores and there are only 44.58 crore PMJDY beneficiaries in the country. Hence, it can be noted that there are certain challenges in the implementation of the PMJDY. Statement of the problem. Around 2.7 billion individuals worldwide are still financially excluded. According to the Rangarajan Commission for India, just 59% of the population is banked, leaving 41% population unbanked. Despite the government of India's attempts, this study's research issue is lack of impact. That is, about 50% rate of financial exclusion. A comprehensive literature review reveals that reaching a billion-person population with financial services is a huge task. And hence, both demand side as well as supply side barriers need to be addressed. banks and financial institutions should ease their supply restrictions. On the demand side, there are various barriers like illiteracy, lack of confidence in conventional banking institutions, and income irregularity. Banking organizations must regularly change their marketing mixes to provide good service quality in financial institutions, which will affect the expected output in India. So this research tries to fill the gap and contribute to the existing literature. This study motivates us to strive towards our goal for a greater financial inclusion in the nation. Objectives of the study: to investigate the present state of financial inclusion program, to investigate the demand side and supply side barriers, to evaluate as to why the public sector banks are more progressive and more actively participating towards implementation of the PMJDY as compared to the private sector banks. Also, it is important to investigate the people's level of knowledge and satisfaction with the services provided under the PMJDY scheme, and to investigate the necessity and significance of the scheme alongside providing suggestions and recommendations for better implementation of the PMJDY scheme. So we have done literature review based on various research databases on IMERT.
Kale madam, please skip that.
Okay,
because
sir.
you're running short of time.
Sure, sir.
Come to your research methodology and the findings.
Sure, sir. So the research methodology. This study is descriptive in nature, and we have used both qualitative and quantitative techniques. We have utilized the secondary data. Secondary data includes online sources, publications such as review reports, articles, and the secondary data collected from various magazines, blogs, review reports. Findings and discussion. So around 2.7 billion individuals worldwide are still financially excluded, 59% being banked and 41% being the unbanked population. And the study's research issue is the lack of impact. As per the literature study, reaching to so many people is definitely a huge task. And in the days to come, the RBI and the government should ensure that supply side barriers and the demand side barriers are addressed properly. The RBI and the banks must communicate more effectively to actively engage the government's financial inclusion program. Private sector banks should be assigned with objectives with more regular and detailed monitoring. Business correspondents should be equipped with appropriate technologies to bring banks to rural households. Thereby, technology will certainly play an important role. Banks and authorities should monitor the PMJDY program account for illicit deposits. Simplifying the bank account opening procedure, account maintenance, KYC, loan distribution processes would help elevate the anxiety of individuals with complicated banking paperwork. So banks should target more clients from urban and urban regions. Financial inclusion is a process, not a goal. So all parties involved, banks, businesses, governments, and regulators must work together. Banks should depend more on technology to minimize the transaction cost, gather and analyze huge amounts of data that may assist the nation to achieve its financial inclusion goal. Conclusion. The study had been undertaken to assess the PMJDY program with particular emphasis on financial inclusion. The causes for
this meeting is being recorded
with banking services.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you, but the time is over.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, madam. And any questions from others? No. Okay, now, madam, it was a Kali madam, it was a good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
And yeah, but the 140 crore population, more than 140 crore population is there. The findings are not hitting at how to increase that 45 crores. We have only covered about 45 crores people. So nowhere in the paper it is mentioning that, but somewhere it is said that on the demand side, because of lack of confidence, literacy and other factors, it is there. But how do we, because it's a very monumental gap 140 crores and for 40, almost 44.58. So how do you defend that?
Yes. Sure, sir. If given the opportunity to read my last slide, I had covered that part in the last slide for conclusion. So I will just take half a minute. So with the permission of the chair.
Okay, if you have covered it, fine. Because that apparently comes. And my next immediate question is that now for financial inclusion in other countries, what is your observation on that? And is there any parallel scheme like Pradhan Mantri Jan Yojana in other countries, maybe Asian countries or something? Have you taken cognizance of that fact, and what is your take on that?
Yes, sir. Various underdeveloped economies, whether it is countries in Africa or Maldives or Sri Lanka, they have.
My question is
yes,
parallel, because the situation should be unbanked, banked, low income, no income.
Yes.
Similar to the objectives of Pradhan Mantri, is there a thing? Why I'm asking you that? Because if such a parallel thing is there, the success story and their implementation can be worked out, and it can add further to your paper's aims and objectives.
Okay,
so
sir.
are you aware of that? Because you have done the literature review, which we skipped. So perhaps in the literature review, have you covered in that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We have covered international papers as well, and the research done on an international level pertaining to financial inclusion.
Which country is having which scheme very parallel to this Narendra Modi's Pradhan Mantri Jan Yojana? In which country?
Yes, sir. In Namibia, Africa, and then in Sri Lanka, there are certain underdeveloped economies wherein they have implemented financial inclusion. Even in tribal areas in Africa, they have tried to include the poor people under the formal financial system and to bring them under the organized sector of the financial system through providing them the banking services.
Your answer should include that in other developed countries, etc., financial inclusion is not done through any banking system. This is done through a lot of doles given to unemployed people, to pensioners, free medical aid, and all these things.
Yes.
So that's where the things are covering. They don't call it Australian Prime Minister's Mantri Dhan Yojana. They have done it like that. So as a researcher, you will have to keep that into account. And then maybe one of the suggestions is that just encouraging by telling open an account or have an account and then Dhan Yojana, there can be some other ways of doing it, because other countries are doing it. Why I ask you is that very few countries will be having this Prime Minister Yojana, because they have this just started 8 years back.
Yes.
28 years back. But 40-50 years back, those countries have started. So that is why this big gap of 140 crores and only 44 people covered under that. Anyway, it's a good presentation. It created a lot of deliberation, and I would have liked if the participants were taking some more questions on that. Anyway, congratulations to you and to Atre madam for embarking on these things.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chaitralika madam. Next, I invite Dr. Vinod Mohite sir to present a study of factors affecting impulse buying behavior on customers at shopping malls. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, Dr. Lawrence, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Dr. Vinod Mohite, how are you?
I'm very good. How are you, sir?
Now, why I'm giving you a special treatment is that you're the last speaker.
Yes.
So make the best of it.
Sure, sir. With your grace and with your this starting note, I'll definitely do my best. May I share my screen, sir?
Yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Is my screen visible to everyone?
Nothing is on the screen. It's not come.
Just a second. It's visible. Is it now?
Now it has come.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dr. Vinod Mohite, and I thank you, MM's IMERT and the organizers of the IFERP for giving us opportunity to present the paper today. Okay, just to introduce me and my team members, myself, Dr. Vinod Mohite. Presently, I'm associated with Marathwada Mitra Mandal's Institute of Management Education Research Training as an associate professor. With me, my colleague, Mr. Praful Sarangdar, who is also associated with us as an assistant professor, and another my fellow member, Dr. Rachna Shikre. She is associated with Samshadan Trust. And my topic for the presentation today is the study of factors affecting impulse buying behavior on customers at shopping malls in Pune city. Abstract of the paper is that today there is a lot of opportunities for marketers to market their products because there is an increase into the population of cities in majority cities of India. Okay. Last few years, there is an increase into the income, education, and the technology when you talk about the cities of India. As a result, a majority of the young population, which is traveling from urban areas, semi-urban areas to the cities. Okay. Since there is a migration of the young population, the lifestyle of the population has changed, and there's increase of the lifestyle change, and there are, according to lifestyle change, the habits of the buying has been changed. Okay. Earlier, when we used to shop decades before, there used to be systematic or the planning of the buying behavior. When we wanted to have a plan for some any occasion, for any particular event, we used to plan it accordingly. But nowadays, there's people go with the impulse buying behavior, and hence today in present scenario, there is an increase into the impulse buying behavior. Introduction of my topic, as in post 2003, there is a tremendous increase into mall culture of the Indian countries, metro cities of India, and there is a hub into organized retail sales. So, give an example of the big bazaar, DMart, and the big malls coming into major cities of the country. Now, the furnitures also do have malls, which were not earlier. Okay. Impulse buying is defined as a researchers by authors into sudden decision influenced by the various stimuli. So there is no particular reason, or there is no particular reason for buying a particular product from these malls. So certainly you go and there is a certain stimuli which makes you to buy that particular product. It exists into a certain specific products such as ready-made garments, cosmetics, FMCG, and also certain places like trades, fairs, and exhibitions. So what me and my team member have studied, there are some determinants of the impulse buying behavior. The first determinants what we are studying is a personal determinants. The personal determinants includes the age, the occupation, the lifestyle of the customers. Another determinant to the impulse buying behavior is the economic determinant. So the income of the personal family income, the liquid assets available with the customers, and living standard of the customers. Another factor which affects another determinant which affects on the impulse buying behavior is the psychological determinant. Psychological determinants are the motivation, the perception, the attitude of the individual, and the social determinants like the family, friends, reference groups, the social class you are with, which impacts on your impulse buying behavior. The objective of the study is to identify and explore major factors which affects on the consumer impulse buying behavior, and to find out the role of psychological and personal factors affecting consumer impulse buying behavior. The methodology to be studied, the study is descriptive in nature. In all, we have gathered the question of 300 people. Out of that, 256 complete the respondents' questionnaire were analyzed. Questions related to various psychological and personal factors were asked to the respondents, and secondary data is collected from the journals, books, and published and unpublished research works of various institutes. Okay, just to give the highlights of what we have studied and what is the result of the data analysis. The income group ranging from 10,000 to 20,000 per month, that is a 33%, 33.59% respondents are visiting the malls, and there is impulse buying behavior observed in those income group. Second group, which is income is from 21,000 to 30,000 per month, that is 20.31% were analyzed, and shows that there is a widely distribution of incomes in terms of the customers. Another table which we have studied, considering the age factor, it has observed that the people age group of 36 to 35, ranging between are the people who visit to the malls, and there is to be found that impulse buying behavior is present. And second group, which is aged between 36 to 45 years, that is 20% of the respondents are found to be giving the majority answers for when there is a impulse buying behavior is present. Okay, the most important factor which has been studied and why the impulse behavior, buying behavior is presented on the buyers, on the consumers. The total respondents, that is 34.77% consumers buy the products which are there into shopping malls because they are easily available for the consumption. Okay. When they ask about the price range, why the people buy these kind of products, the answer were given by the respondents that because of the low price of the product, people generally buy when there's impulse buying behavior, and these 28.8 respondents buy because of the appearance of the product. Okay. Findings and conclusion. Overall, analysis of the socio-economic profile of the respondents is that most of the respondents were married, educated, and belong to the middle income group who have better facilities for the comfort and leisure. Most sought factor for the behavior is discount and availability of FMCG products on malls. Availability of the selected FMCG products is given the more ranking by the respondents. The low cost of the product and discount factors like psychological factors also plays an important role. The freshness of the product, that is how good that product is, and the appearance of the product also has an highlight highest priority. While buying FMCG products, the family members influence for more impulse buying behavior for the FMCG products. So this we have observed, and which the most important factor when you are with your family members like your children, your wife, or your husband, you buy more products with the impulse buying behavior. Limitations of the study. The study is primarily restricted to the location of the Pune city and malls in Pune city. The expansion of the study to the rural area may have different implications. As a consumer buying behavior and that to impulse buying behavior is dynamic in nature, therefore the findings may vary with the time and place. And that's it for me. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Vinod, nice, good presentation. Congratulations to your entire team. It was a good topic, apart from financial, etc. But let me ask you.
Yes, sir.
You said that the freshness of the product also has a higher plays a higher role in getting the impulse of this impulse behavior work.
So can you please repeat the question? The first sentence.
In your findings, you said the freshness of the product is making the impulse behavior work to buy.
Presence of the product.
Yeah, freshness.
Freshness, yes, sir. Freshness, yes, correct. Yes.
But in another 2-3 studies, it has been said that the freshness aspect of the product is little elusive because, and that is why they give discount, because they want to make it as a clearance sale. So what is your take on this?
So there are two different factors. If you look at the products which are FMCG products, wherein the products which will give you more discounts, like if you go to Big Bazaar, there are products buy one get one free, or there's 20-30% the price reduction. The people generally see what is the price. So generally they don't look at the brand. But when talk about the freshness of the product, that means there are some products which are eatable, or some products which are vegetables or fruits. So people look out the freshness when the products like these fruits or vegetables are present in the malls. They're presented into more decorative or freshness. So that is why people tend to buy these products from the malls.
And your study has missed out on, I don't know whether you have got it there and we never allowed you to display or something. Special festival dhamakas are there.
Pardon, sir?
Festival dhamakas.
Yes, festival dhamakas. Yes, right.
So that time, what is the impulse?
So that time also again that we have studied the discounts and offers. So generally on festivals they have offers for the people. So people generally visit, like Big Bazaar used to have Wednesday discount or 26 January, 15 January discounts. So people tend to visit more on those days. So that is also impulse buying. So we don't plan on that day, and generally customer visit when there is an offer, and they, if you wanted to buy for 1,000 rupees, you buy 3,000, 2,000 rupees products.
Okay.
and that too major in FMCG product.
Now somehow the malls are also having a tough competition.
Yes, because of the online marketing, sir.
Because of Amway and other things.
Yes, online
So
digital marketing.
That has
Yes.
not come in the study. That
Yes, sir,
should have
because
been-
I have studied the malls, not on the online buying behavior.
But it
So
has
that
not
is
been
the
considered.
scope for the further study.
You have studied the malls, but the consumers are the buyers.
Yes.
So either visit offline, online, whatever it is, presence. Anyway, that is to be kept in mind. And then your study fails to indicate, rather, I don't know whether I'm right, it fails to indicate the repeat customers with the same impulse.
Okay. Okay.
So, how many people go often to the malls with the same impulse for the same product?
Okay. Okay. So that need to be studied with the specific products, sir. Again, I can do it my further research paper. I'll do that study.
And why it may have a different impulse, different implication in rural malls.
Yes. Okay.
Can you you have found it out, but you may be having reasons.
Okay, so for my further research, I will definitely try to include all these suggestions.
Anyway, thanks, the wonderful work done. Good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
That you have done. So all the best to your
Thank you,
entire
sir.
team.
Thank you for your
And Aparna ma'am,
words.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for ushering me in this session, for coordinating with this session. Thanks for the thing, and I'll be failing in my duties if I don't thank Dr. Bandari, Atre madam, and all of you people. I've been working with you all for quite some time, for many, many years, and it is very good to see that you'll have reached the skies by going into the international level. All the speakers were good. It was a very good, interesting track session. As a matter of fact, I learned more. So thank you for giving me this learning opportunity. Once again, a great thanks to all of you.
Thank you so much, sir. The pleasure is all ours. Thank you so much. Okay, so with this, our technical session 1 ends here. I request all the presenters and the participants to kindly disperse for lunch break, and we will join back at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Aparna ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Okay, bye. चलो मैडम 15 मिनट पहले कर दिया थैंक यू वेरी मच
Vivek sir?
Yes, Sudhakar sir, tell me.
Yes. So within 2 minutes, we can start our sessions.
Surely, surely, sir.
Yeah, Sudhakar sir, I'm already there, logged in.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, how are you?
Yes. Yeah,
Good?
fine, sir.
Good,
Fine.
good. So we start within about 10 minutes or 5 minutes?
Yeah, within 2 minutes, we can start. So within a minute, we can start.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon, Dr. Deepak Tandon, sir.
Yeah, very good afternoon, ma'am.
This is convener of international conference, Professor C.S. Anushya Satpute.
Yeah. Anushree,
How are
ma'am.
you, sir?
Yeah, good. Yeah. Yeah, I congratulate you for organizing such a wonderful conferences from IFERP. Okay.
Thank you so much, and I thank you for your August presence, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
We are expecting to start with next 3 minutes time. On time at 2 p.m.
Okay.
May I request Professor Digesh sir to take over the charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Shall we start sharp at 2 p.m., ma'am?
Certainly, sir. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes, Anushree, ma'am, I think we may begin now.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the post-lunch session. We will begin our post-lunch session with our next keynote speech. I welcome Dr. Deepak Tandon, Professor Finance and Accounting Area, Program Director at Center for Advanced Banking at the International Management Institute, New Delhi. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Deepak Tandon. Dr. Deepak Tandon has 36 years of work experience. He has a PhD in management in finance domain. He is an MBA finance from FMS Delhi University, LLB Delhi University, MSc Delhi University, CAIIB from the Indian Institute of Banking and Finance, Mumbai, At the International Management Institute, he has excelled in academics since 2007 and has held various positions as Chairperson Banking and Finance, Area Chair Finance, and is currently heading the Finance Club. Prior to joining IMI, he was the professor in finance at Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, Dwarka, New Delhi, for 4 years, where he was also the coordinator for PGDM executive program and has conducted various MDPs and FDPs. He has a blend of 39 years of experience, 15 years in academics and 24 years in banking areas. He has been a visiting faculty at SRCC Delhi University, SP Jain Mumbai, IMT Ghaziabad, ICAI, ICWAI, Bridge School Gurgaon, and other allied Premier B schools. He has also taught at University of Luton, Bedfordshire, UK, Sassoon University, Bangkok. He has worked for various banks such as PNB, PNB Capital Services, Vaisya Bank, Jammu and Kashmir Bank, IndusInd, and Oriental Bank of Commerce at the level of Vice President. He is an approved ISO lead auditor from Nigel Boyer and Associates, Germany, IRCA London certified auditor. He has authored over 130 peer-reviewed research papers and over 25 are Scopus publications. Dr. Tandon has been awarded 10 medals in academics and has won various accolades. He has been a leading keynote speaker at various international forums, conferences, and events at New York, USA, Delhi University affiliated colleges, JNU, IP University, etc. He has received the Best Academician Award of the year 2018 from Integrated Chambers of Commerce and Industry on 11th August 2018. He has received the Best Professor in Finance Accounting Award from Academy of Management Professionals and IDMBA. He has won the Academic Excellence Award 2019. In February 2020, he received the Amity Excellence Award for the Best Professor in the area of Banking and Finance from Amity. He has been awarded 10 awards in academics and research by accredited bodies and is on the editorial board of various international journals. Sir, I now welcome you and request you to deliver your keynote address.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, the organizers of IFERP. Yeah, it's my privilege to be with you. And I hope the deliberations are going to infuse some momentum into the minds of the young researchers, scholars, academia. So my dear academia, research scholars, students, faculty members, at the outset, I just only want to give you one thing, and that is publish or perish. That is the slogan. As on today, I have been into now into the various accredited bodies also, NAC as well as the NBA. And whenever we go there, so we always ask the faculty members, peer review, Scopus, how many, or ABDC, which category, category A, category B, or whatever it is there. So when you look into any research paper or accredited bodies, from the angle of your own institute, it's very, very important that you write productive, original, non-plagiarized publications. With this, I just want to before I start my deliberation on a research paper, which I have authored now, it has gone into a category A also journal. This is on the finance area for the risk management, which is happening. But I thought that since all of you must be into some engineering also, so but we are all residents of India. We are proud residents of India. So in that case, there was a budget which was announced by our worthy finance minister. It is a 2.0 Modi budget, and she has done about the shortest of the budget. Some of us may be looking into the budget and reading the budget into a very negativity, that nothing has been done for the middle class, or she has not even talked about the future, what is going to be there. But she has touched, when you keep on reading the budget again and again, with respect to your economic survey, you will find that whatever she has done into the budget it's basically our 75 years of independence, 25 years budget, and we are going to look into inclusive, robust infrastructure, roadways, SOPs into MSME. Above all, the topic of our conference. Akash, can you? Yeah, and above all, it is our conference topic: digitization, digital India, secured India. She has touched a little more into this, and my predecessor keynote also must have touched what all you want to look into a digital India. We have already into 6.5 years of the digitalization, and when we are looking into our sustainability growth, what do you look into our? I was just listening to the previous speaker also. He was talking about 8, 9, 10, something like that on the what are the channels. And my dear researchers, academics, it should be basically on your tips. What are the 17 goals of sustainability goals which had come in 2015, which we have achieved? What are they? Plus, how to remember our digitalization of the budget. What is digital currency? What is cryptocurrency? What is AI? She has talked about what are fintechs, which is going to be there. So I'm just going to just start with, first of all, the takeaways of this digitalization, digital India of our government. What do they have in mind? For the all of you are aware what is a cryptocurrency, which is a medium of exchange. It's a peer-to-peer lending, and we have got to. Nobody knows what Bitcoin is. It's just only a currency of the crypto, and she has taxed it about 30% is going to be taxation. Supreme Court has allowed the trading into the cryptocurrency, but has told us very clearly that Reserve Bank of India does not want you to trade into more into because we are Republic of India 26/1/1950, and we have our own constitution. So Supreme Court cannot stop. There is a buyer and seller, but the central bank is also going to intervene into the cryptocurrency. Number 1 point. Number 2, whether you call it Ethereum, whether you call it our Bitcoin, these are basically very hard to crack into the system. It's a pool of network of the chain of the computers. And it has to be coded or decoded by puzzles, and there will be a mining of the currency also, which will be there. Unlike the other fiat currency means US dollars and Indian rupees. So, and whosoever has coined this Bitcoin, there was a person called Satoshi Nakamoto, who we do not know whether it's a person, who is he, which place, Japan. So, but he has coined the word our Bitcoin. It's a stable coin. Now, what is applicable to you and me, that should be very clear to you for the cryptocurrency. Now, this cryptocurrency is going to be traded on a bourse, on a stock exchange, on some platform. It is going to be there, and it will be on a wallet. Yes, these are not regulated. When they are not regulated by Reserve Bank of India, for example, we have seen the Paytm or WazirX or CoinSwitch, Kuber, all of these are some. I'm going to just run very fast because I know I have to speak a lot, and I want to deliberate you, give you a lot of things for your. And so let me now straight away share what she has into mind for the digital. I know this is now visible, I suppose. Yeah, Mayuri, it is Jadhav sir, it is visible. Yeah, okay. When we are talking, this budget basically is a balance, bolster, and a boost budget, which she has told is our. I'm just going to put it for all of your benefit that it is. She is talking about infrastructure. She's talking inclusive. She's talking sustainable, and we are talking into a new coined word which is coming from the Mahabharata, is a Amrit Kal. Amrit Kal, it may look very odd to you that why she talked into this fashion, but she's talking into Gati Shakti, that is the road, rail, your trains, which are 400, which will be there, Vande Mataram trains, and inclusive development. But overall, when we look into this, after these 4 priorities, the only thing is in the budget, what comes in, our expectations are more, expenses are more than the income. That is why taxation has not been touched upon. And MSME sector, yes, it is going to be there. Banking is going to be there. I'm talking now in terms of our main topic. That is 2 minutes. I'm just going to look into it. As she has announced a 5G spectrum. There will be a data center and the energy storage systems. Universal systems will be there. And even your passport, be very clear, will be on a e-passports will be issued in even into the rural areas, even into the financial inclusion for the excluded people. So it will be basically a digital currency bill, and Reserve Bank of India is going to give a digital currency. And there are some bad bank also approaches are there. So this is here. Now let me come to the part 2 of your conference. The theme of the conference is sustainability, digitalization, and sustainability goals. Now, when we talk about these goals, there are lot of goals which are there, and there are approximately 18 of the goals, which are 17 of the goals which are there. And when we are looking into given by the UN, would be, I'll just how to memorize it. How to memorize. Now, for the digitalization, there is a way to remember. For the digitalization, there is a way to remember. And what is the way to remember? You just only have to coin one word, which is called high. And for ladies, we always say there is a jhumka. So now we will say this is a jhumki. I'm talking about digitalization, how to coin this word. And you will find that everything is so intertwined that we are going to look into this. So see, this is the infrastructure, the highways which are going to be there. H is going to be the highways. I talks about your internet digitalization. G talks about your governance. G is your governance. H is your early harvest. So this is your harvest. This is your governance, and internet websites and internet. And these are our road, rail, whatever she has put it into Gati Shakti. Now let's be talking about the second part. So it is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so it is going to be 5 and 4, 9. It's a 9 word. So J talks about, and she has taken the lead from this only digital 2015. That is our jobs. Job creation is the main thing. Universities, a digital university she has proposed. And what is going to be there is going to be manufacture. So emphasis is on the manufacturing. And K is my, K is going to bring out a total Kranti. E-Kranti we call it. Okay. And my I would be, you have to have information to all the people. Information to all the people. So it will be your roads, highway, infrastructure, internet, digitalization, governance, CSR, and you harvest agriculture, then your jobs, you have to have an umbrella, basically, university. We must have only one university, one channel which will be there, and there will be your M would be, I'm putting it, my manufacturing. So once it is going to be manufacturing, your SME sector has to be also looked into. You have to look into your e-Kranti, you have to look into the information also. So this is precisely what is expected from the digitalization. Coming to the sustainable and sustainability of the goals. How to remember all these 17? Very, very simple, boss. You just look into one story, which I'm going to tell you. Very simple, and you cannot forget it. Let's be very clear that these goals which are there are listed in the governance body. And if there is no poverty, I'm putting it, number one, if there is no poverty, your hunger will not be there. You will have a zero hunger. I'm just putting it this way. It will be a zero hunger. When it is going to be zero hunger, you will have to produce, you will eat good food. Here, if you have power, you will have a plethora of the problems. So first sustainability goal is your removal of the poverty, upliftment of the poverty, coming out of the vicarious system of the poverty. The second would be how to finish and eradicate the hunger, plenty of food, good food you must have. And basically, let us talk in terms of our good health. So once you have a good appetite, your stomach is full, yes, it will be well-being as well as the good health. Okay, when you are going to be wealthy, well-being is also going to be there. Then basically what you will look into is, you must, once everything is good, you will have a good education. You always look for the education. And once there is a good education, you have a horizon of a good education, you will never discriminate between a boy or a girl. Gender diversity would be there, gender equality would be there. So nowadays you must have seen that the old ethos and the taboos of being in women emancipation has already happened. Women empowerment has already taken place. So there is a gender equality which is going to be there. Let us come to our sixth goal is our, once you have a gender, and there are some ladies who are going to be their homemakers, in the houses every day she has to work a lot. So once they are going to be there, they will look for the good sanitation, good cleaning water, drinking water would be there. And once you have a good cleaning, sanitation, toilets will also be there. Then you must have electricity. Once you have the electricity, consumption of the renewable energy, we call it as LED bulbs. The LED bulbs have come into the light. And once you are going to be illiterate into, we started with the poverty, no poverty. You can do it in a different way. That one person is already a poor, so he will have a lot of hunger, he will not have a good health, he will not have education, he will be discriminated, his horizon will be, so you can take the against also the story. Now let us come to the affordability and the clean. After that, once everything is rosy, I am okay, you are rosy, there will be a economic growth and a decent work would be there. These are all arrows you can put it. Okay, so the industry innovation and the infrastructure is going to take place. When the industry innovation and the infrastructure is going to take place, where also into the rural sector, also when it is going to be looking into this will reduce all the inequalities. This will reduce all discriminations, and it will be financial inclusion for the excluded people. It will be inclusive. You will find microfinance happening. It will not be something like Andhra suicides which have been taken, farmer suicides. No. Even if the farm laws have been repealed, still the MSP is going to be looked into. So they are very clear. These are very, very important goals. After that, once you have reduced the inequalities, there will be some, that means your rural masses would be equated with your urban. More of the smart cities like Indore and all are going to come. Once the smart city concept is going to be there, then we are going to look into our responsible consumption. When there is going to be more of the responsible consumption and the production is going to take place, so you will have more of the food, you will have more of the produce. So you can always channelize the havocs of the climate. What all is GOK will go away, God only knows. That is the flood, cyclones and all. So your force majeure goes away. And you have basically your climate action. You can always look into the solar, you can always look into this, and simultaneously life below water. The fishes would be there, your evergreening projects will be there. It will be more of the green concept. When there will be more of the green concept, more life on the land is going to be there. When there is more life, you will sustain with peace, justice, law, and you will have a strong institutions. When there is going to be a strong institutions, you can go for partnerships, and even your triple P projects, public-private partnerships are going to take place. So that is basically one of the agenda of your sustainability vis-a-vis integrated with digitalization. When you are going to integrate your digitalization with your sustainability, our horizon would be good. Keeping this in mind, the budget is a 25 years with a 5 trillion economy which is going to come right away. US dollars 5 trillion. But then it is going to be, it is for the millennium. All the well-being of the person is going to be looked into. So that is why it's a prudent budget. It's an inclusive, growth-oriented, and there are more pillars to the budget. You can always add. Maybe you achieve, maybe you don't achieve. Some of you may argue, sir, our fiscal deficit is 6.4. Our GDP is hovering around 9.2, which the budget says. How will we achieve? So basically, even in the banking sector, there are a lot of recoveries. We don't have at the minute, are not the balance sheets of the banks are not bleeding at the minute. We have a huge amount of the capital adequacy ratio. Recoveries are far too good, courtesy our insolvency and bankruptcy code. So my dear researchers, my dear academia, instead of putting the econometric tools and putting a button only and from the softwares driven publications, interpretation is very important. When I'm looking into, I'm there on the board of how many? Now, approximately 30 universities for the PhD, about 60 PhDs I must have conferred. Out of that also, when I'm looking at the quality of our PhDs into the microfinance, into the other areas, I find the researcher is only doing a tool-oriented and they are not openly telling, sir, why it was used. What are the managerial implications of your project? Has it been taken by the industry? Will it be taken by the industry or not? Think about that. And that is what I want to come to you. And now I'm going to share one of the, and I have less time, no doubt about it. So I still have approximately 8 to 9 minutes. So approximately, I was told, yeah, Sudhakar sir, approximately 10 minutes. Yeah, ma'am, Anushri, I can take 10 minutes or 8 minutes.
Certainly, sir. And for your valuable suggestions and for your valuable inputs, we can take 1 more minute, sir.
Okay, no.
Certainly, we are hearing you, and we would like to have you for longer time. Go ahead, sir, please.
So yeah. So now I'm just talking. Those of you, I know 90% Anushri must be from the engineering background. Okay, so nowadays, in case you are a DMUs, all of you are very precious intellectual capital to your own institute. Let us be very clear. You grow, institute grows. This is what we keep on telling in the National Board of Accreditation also. That if you grow, the institute is going to grow. You are so precious intellectual capital. Teaching is important, but teaching does not end everything. It is basically your holistic approach, which is very important and you have to have your sustainability growth to be met. That is why in all our course outlines, we always talk about CEOs and POs. So now let us talk in terms of one of my research papers, and I have told you, we are living into an era of uncertainty. We have seen into COVID times also, we have surpassed that also. A lot of people have suffered into the COVID 2.0. But 2.0 was a problem. Okay. So now when we are looking into the variants, yes, India vaccines have been taken very well all across globe. In that case, I am just talking 5 minutes only on one of my research papers, which is on the risk management, Basel III in the banks. Banks were bleeding. And what I'm looking into the risk management into the, yeah, just a minute. Yes. Okay. Yeah. It takes 1 minute it takes. So let me now share with you one of my research papers on what is happening into the risk parameters. And what is happening into the risk parameters, that is one of the areas we will look into. Yeah. I think I have already shared the PPT with you. Is it okay? Anushri, you can see this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. So now what I'm doing is very fast. I'm going to just tell you the background first of all. Okay, we are into IMERT and IFERP collaboration. There is an international conference which is running for 2 days, next 2 days, where all your academics and academia is going to have their deliberations and the research papers into the technical sessions are going to be deliberated, dwelt upon. One of the areas which in the management area is the risk matrix or the risk management, how you have to manage your risk. You cannot obviate the risk. You can avoid the risk, but you can't mitigate the risk. Okay, so risk is always there. Into our digitalization, sustainability, I am talking now with respect to the Indian banking sector. Indian banking sector is hovering around with a loss of risk, loss of capital, and their health is in a bad condition due to the wrong credit given and the non-performing assets are galloping. So we are into our Basel 3 now, not even 1 or 2. And 2023, in case you cannot capitalize your risk matrix or the risk management, you cannot manage the risk, shops of the banks have to be closed. We have already seen our finance minister announcing now they'll announce 2 private banks which are to be, they will be privatized out of the public sector. Privatization is on the anvil. Mega mergers have taken place, but these mega mergers are not mergers. They are just only a amalgamation, or it's basically a consolidation of the banks. In the true sense, it's not a merger. That Punjab National Bank has been merged with your United Bank and Oriental Bank of Commerce. Not. No, Anchor Bank is there. No doubt about it. So basically, we are looking into raising of the funds abroad for your treasury purposes. Approximately 60, 70 review of the literature you should do in a paper and find out the gaps from the review of the literature. Then you talk and introduce your subject. Look at how we have done our analysis, and our Indian banks basically are having approximately, as compared to the global, we are far better. But are we? But are we? That's a big question. Now this has to be tested now. If you have to test this, how will you do is, there is a case slate which I have taken, the matrices which I have taken, the Reserve Bank of India risk weighted average we have taken, and we have just calculated, we have calculated the bank regulatory capital. So this is my exposure at default. This is my exposure at default. This is my loss given at the default point. This is my default rate, and my default rate, the probabilities also I can match. I can put it into my card, and it is going to be a 99.9%. Either I will do a VECM or I will do a VAR, whatever I will evaluate risk. I will look into my bank regulatory capital. What is my bank, A bank, and then I can do it for my private sector banks or a public sector banks. And this is going to be my horizon, the limits are going to be fixed. Then I can look into my scores also, which has been given by the Reserve Bank of India, like the same if you have your F test or a Z test or whatever you want to do. So when we are going to look into our next area on the financial markets, the margins are going to come less. So 1 minute I'm just taking it and taking, there are a lot of challenges into this game of the banks. If you want to raise a capital, how will you do it? You can do it from the same as a housewife does. That the mother is there is a daughter who is staying, and every month the father is giving money to the daughter to put it into a piggy bank. And one fine morning, when there is no gas in the house, the mother asks the daughter, "Beta, tere paas kuch paise hain?" So she says, "Yes, mom. Dad had given me money. I put it into the piggy bank," and she breaks the piggy bank, and from there the household. So it's a buffer which was created. That was a buffer. The buffer the banks are supposed to keep on a counter-cyclical, pro-cyclical basis. Look at the words I'm using. Counter-cyclical, pro-cyclical basis. If you have a good capital, if you have money for the contingency, hardly 2 minutes more, ma'am. So then you can always plot basically your leverage ratios. RBI has given you a standardized that you have to have a leverage. You must have a liquidity coverage ratio. You must be robust. You must be healthy. You cannot default. You have to operate. So there is a capital conservation buffer on a buffer. So you have a buffer on a capital conservation. You have to keep it. And so that another daughter keeps on crying, but by the time evening, when the dad comes, he gives you more money. He will give the daughter more money. So Reserve Bank of India is going to give more money to the banks. That is why Shashikant Das has not in today's newspaper also says rates are not changed. Repo, reverse repo. Why? Because our economy is such that we are on a recovery mode. Whether you may call it a V-shaped recovery or you may call it as a K-shaped recovery, but we are on the growth model. So we have to look into the reorientation. We have our robust culture, and then the objective is you test the hypothesis. Yes, you do it. There are leverages you can do. I have developed some caselets also, and there is a high quality leverage. Your assets have to be valued from the balance sheets. Each and every balance sheet you can look into. You can have the capital requirements, and you can conclude which is a better one, which bank is going to fail, what is the point they will have a default point. So your default point is the main point. If you have captured it, you can always use a tool on the default point. What do you want to do? Whether you will raise Government of India securities, sovereign securities, which again the finance minister is also telling all banks should not die. And a few will die, no doubt, because they can't raise their capital. By 2023 also, it is this whole game, fortune, tamasha of this Basel 3. Basel is a place in Switzerland. And BIS country, India happens to be part of that. Yes, it is going on for n number of years. 2004, Basel 1 came, where it says there is only one type of arrest. The shoe of the father fits into the shoe of the son fits into the shoe of the father, same size. But now we have diversified. All fingers are not alike. Similar is the position for our assets. So basically, Anushri ma'am, this is what I want to say, and I want to just tell you that tomorrow is yours. It's a bright future. We have to be in a digitalized environment. We have to meet all the sustainable growth models. We have to also go for a CSR, governance, ethics. All these are very important. So that is why our finance minister, I will say, has done a wonderful show by giving this progressive, inclusive infrastructure, technology-driven, MSME-driven budget. So kindly go through that. It is not, we can always criticize it with respect to, okay, sir, she has not given long-term capital gain. We want to play into the market. Why are we taxed by 30%? Why are we not getting our rebate on the GST? GST collections are far too, our indirect collections are too many than the direct rates. No, that's not the case. That's not the case. We are looking into a brighter future next 25 years. We are looking into our next, what is going to be our brighter future. What you are going to give to your kids is going to be a digitalized, brighter future. That is what our government also wants. Submitted, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, Anushri.
We are very fortunate to hear from you, and we are overwhelmed, sir. I really thank you for your all wisdom of speech.
No, everything has come to me extempore. Only thing is the research paper was given a category, and I have got now in this year, my dear students, I must have got nine scopus. I'm talking. I have taken the benefit. I have taken the benefit of the COVID, the maximum sitting home. How I can share with you? I'm just going to. It's not that I'm bragging. I'm motivating you, all researchers at this age. At this age of 63 now, so I'm just motivating you that if I can do, why can't you do? I have authored books from very good publishers, my Sage as well as Taxman. I've got done a lot of MDPs online also. I've done this also. Why can't you do two only? Only authorizer. So book chapter also has been done by the Taylor Francis and all. Books have been authored into IT also. They're about to come. So that's not a thing. That I'm not saying that I have done this, I have done that, but you should do it. No. It's only if I'm pointing a finger at you, three are pointing at me, I have done, you please do it. That is the motivation level, and two, I'm just and the trust I carry with you, my dear researchers. I wish you all success into your future endeavors. Yeah, these conferences are too good. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Over to Vivek, sir.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tandon, for your keynote speech. It was really interesting to hear your insights about the budget, sustainable goals, and your research paper which you shared with us. We will now move on to our next technical session of the day. Certain note of advice for all the participants. All the participants of technical session 2 will stay here, and the participants of technical session 2A to join breakout room 1, and participants of technical session 2B will join breakout room 2. I repeat, other participants are requested to stay here. Participants of technical session 2A will join breakout room 1, and participants of technical session 2B will join breakout room 2. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Technical session, we can figure out here technical session 2A and 2B as the two breakout rooms differently, and technical session 2 will remain main room. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Vivek, sir. Thank you so much, Deepak, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I can leave, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Certainly. Thank you so much. Hope to have a long-term association with IMERT, sir.
Yeah, I'm already there. I'm already there. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, the next technical session of our conference begins now. I welcome all the presenters and participants of technical session 2. I would also like to welcome our session chair, Dr. Pranav Kainde, Associate Professor at IMERT. I would just do a check whether all the participants are there. Do we have Sanika Shinde over here? Okay. Do we have Ariba Sayyed over here?
Vivek, sir, sorry to interrupt you in between. Ariba Sayyad appears into technical session 2B. I will inform the tech coordinator to accordingly adjust.
Okay, okay. Fine. Do we have Malaika Rana over here? Okay, how about Gunjan Bhojwani? I believe some of them have joined the wrong breakout room, so we'll just wait for a couple of minutes. Do we have Ms. Y. Rama Lakshmana? Yes, I can see Mr. Rama Lakshmana over here. Okay, I'll just quickly check whether the participants are here. Do we have Sanika Shinde over here? Okay, next, Arif. Fine. Do we have Malaika Rana over here?
Yes, sir.
Mojwani? Okay, I can see Malaika Rana. Ma'am, could you unmute yourself?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm there.
Okay.
Can
Fine.
you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, so now I invite Malaika Raina to present her paper on economic opportunities for New India, centralizing it the decentralized way. Ma'am, over to you.
So I'll share my screen.
Sure.
Okay. So if you could let me know the PPT is visible. Okay, thank you, sir. So a very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Malaika Rana from MIT School of Economics, and I'm here to talk about economic opportunities for New India, centralizing it the decentralized way. Well, this paper has been written pre the budget, but it includes a lot of points that the budget has brought down with respect to digital currency. So centralizing it the decentralized way. We all know that there has been a lot of hype in the past decade when it comes to using cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. Well, blockchain technology is not just Bitcoin or means of cryptocurrency. It has more to it. And India being a technology hub and being in the marathon of digital race that all the economies are a part of, it needs to implement blockchain technology in its mode of having a sustainable development and a very sustainable economic growth. So in the era of digitalization, financial innovation is very necessary. The more the financial innovation, the more we see a country as developed. The objectives of my paper are as follows: to understand the concept of fintech, financial innovation and infusion, its inclusion with respect to economic growth, development, how we apply big data finance, and what is the way forward for it. What is the economics of blockchain? So when I was going through reading papers on cryptocurrencies, blockchain technology, P2P lending, I came across the fact that a lot of papers are based on the AI, machine learning, the computer science and the mathematical part of it, and very few papers focus on the economics behind it, even though blockchain technology uses game theory, which is a very integral part of economics. And what is the economics of blockchain when it comes to the Indian economy, which is very vast and complex, and yet the need that India needs at the moment? What is blockchain? Why have I taken blockchain? Because there are other technologies as well. So when we talk about financial innovation, fintech, and financial inclusion, we see a financial inclusion and fintech cube here in the PPT. So the different types of technologies related to financial technology is blockchain, social networks, NFCs, P2P lending, big data analytics, API, and artificial intelligence. So why blockchain? Well, blockchain in the recent years, especially after 2008 Satoshi Nakamoto's paper, we don't know who that person is, but he said that the reason he's introducing blockchain technology in the form of Bitcoin, a digital currency or a stable coin currency, is because he wanted to introduce decentralization in the economy so that another financial crisis, the world economy does not meet with another financial crisis. And when we see blockchain into working, people often, they don't know much about blockchain. So they regard Bitcoins and cryptocurrencies as blockchain. But blockchain technology has much more to it. Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies, 85,000 plus cryptocurrencies like Ethereum, Ripple, they are all a part of blockchain. They use blockchain technology, but they are not blockchain technology itself. It's like Google. Google is the face of the internet, but it is not the internet as a whole. Blockchain technology and its work leads us to central bank digital currency. across the globe, with respect to a survey by Bank of International Settlements, 66 central banks across the globe answered their survey. And out of these 66 central banks, 80 to 85% of them, they said that they are already working on a central bank digital currency. For example, Bank of Japan, Bank of China, Bank of Canada, European Central Bank, they're already in their trial phases, 5th and 6th and 4th trial phases, in which they are trying to bring other currencies on the same platform as well. With respect to India, we see that India has been a bit adamant. We have seen several citations by the RBI and the government of India warning people against digital currency transactions. And yet we see by a report by NASSCOM in 2019 that USD 8.5 million USD have been invested by Indians into venture capitalists who are focusing on blockchain technology based startups. Out of which it's very sad to know that the Indian startups just got 0.2% of this investment. The reason being, number one, there's a lot of uncertainty and people don't know what is the economics behind digital currency. The research gap. When I was studying the paper, when I got to know about the topic and I was studying for this paper, I came across many research gaps. The first and foremost research gap is academic literature and economics of artificial intelligence and data computing lies unexplored. We don't have much papers that can correlate a solo growth model to how technology is having an impact on capital and how AI as a form of technology is having an impact on capital. So that lies unexplored. The second gap that I got across is the comparison case studies and primary interviews. There's a reason I did a review and a descriptive paper rather than a working paper, because there was lack of data. We didn't have much data available when it comes to digital currency and Bitcoins and Ripple and other forms of cryptocurrencies. There's a lack of regulatory based research and modifications are required. Recently in the budget, it's been outstanding that blockchain technology and means of blockchain, that is digital currency, they have been taken into consideration with a tax implementation. But what about the other forms of regulation involved? India says that it's working on its own CBDC, central bank digital currency, which is based on a cryptocurrency named Ripple. But what about it? Will it be as drastic as the demonetization, or will they start from a ground level, work towards attaining the population? The third and fourth research gap that I came across was academic research in blockchain technology and linking economics with financial technology and technology as a whole. Lack of quantitative data and the wide gap in infusing financial stability and technology with adequate regulation of the central board, that is RBI and the central government, are the research gaps analyzed. The methodology that I have used to write this paper is exploratory research. And under exploratory research, I've taken the literature survey research form, in which I have analyzed around 25 to 26 research papers and reports by both public and private institutions. Under public institutions, I have analyzed and read reports by the BIS, Bank of International Settlements, World Bank, RBI, and European Central Bank. When it comes to private institutions, I have gone through the reports of LinkedIn Financial Report, financial reports by Deloitte, JP Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, and Capgemini. It's a descriptive research paper due to lack of quantitative data that is available with respect to central bank digital currency and how blockchain technology can help us attaining the sustainable development goals. The data analyzed through all the said data sources, I've come across I've done a comparison of fintech inclusion in financial sectors. What is the scope of the future expansion for India? And what are the development prospects that people can take? Coming to the major portion of my paper, which talks about the implications of my study and economics of blockchain. Central bank digital currency is very crucial today. If we want to attain the top sustainable goals of poverty eradication, bringing the unbanked sector under the umbrella of banking activities, having a sustainable development and sustainable economic growth, having a very well-developed digital infrastructure, bridging inequality gaps, and having a stronger accountable public domain for people to trust. Why did blockchain get so much of value? How come it has been increasing at 100 to 800% per month or more? The reason, because people are trusting it. And there's a reason people don't trust even financial institutions today. They don't trust financial intermediaries. Well, central bank digital currency can come at aid here. What happens in a central bank digital currency is that whatever transactions for which we pay the service charges, which we do not wish to pay to the financial intermediaries, they get nullified. We are directly dealing with the regulatory authorities. Secondly, when we come to the economics part of it, the monetary velocity in the economy can be controlled directly. Let's say the government and the RBI, they want to curb down inflation. They cannot do it directly because of a lot of money withheld with the intermediaries.
Malaika ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Your time is up. If you could just wrap up in the next.
Yes, sir. It's the last slide. I'm just wrapping up.
Yes.
Okay. Direct control of exchange rate leads to increased growth and stability with minimum financial penetration with the help of CBDC. The limitations of the study are very few because there's lack of academic research and quantitative data available. And the conclusion, I would like to conclude that this paper concludes that establishing a decentralized trust in a centralized and regulated manner is the USP that India requires today to be a global financial leader in the innovation and fintech marathon. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, has anybody any question regarding this paper? If you are having, you can ask ma'am. Okay, now ma'am, I am having one query sort of that. When we talk about this cryptocurrency and this blockchain, whether there is any other technology for this cryptocurrency other than blockchain that can be used effectively for this purpose?
Sir, as of now, there's no other technology because blockchain technology uses hash functions and cryptography networking. Other digital platforms also use that, but the part with hash functions is that if I am having a code, let's say ABCD, so the code is generated through means of puzzles and game theory models. If I add E to it, the code will not just add one more extra function, the whole code will change. And that is the whole code does not change only on my computer, it changes on all the computers that is using the technology. So no other technology as of now is more adequate than blockchain technology.
Okay, ma'am. And one more thing is that just for query purpose, when we talk about Bitcoin, you can say as a part of cryptocurrency or one type of cryptocurrency, are there any other cryptocurrencies other than Bitcoins available?
Yes, sir. There are 85,000 plus cryptocurrencies in the market as of today. And to name a few are Ethereum, Ripple. Ripple is the cryptocurrency whose technology actually RBI and the central government are trying to implement in their own central bank digital currency that they have announced in the budget.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Malaika ma'am. Again, go as per the sequence. Do we have Sanika Shinde over here?
I'll stop.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so ma'am, over to you. I now invite Sanika Shinde to present her paper on study of consumer buying behavior with respect to green marketing initiatives in the area of Mumbai and Pune.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, is my presentation visible?
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sanika Shinde, and I'm currently pursuing MSc Economics second year from MIT World Peace University. So my topic for my research paper is a study of consumer buying behavior with respect to green marketing initiatives in the area of Mumbai and Pune. So these are the points that I'm going to cover in my presentation, that what exactly green marketing is, what are the tools of green marketing and how they work, their importance and the other initiatives under green marketing, the research methodology that I've used and what software I have used for the same, followed by the analysis part and at the end, conclusion. So moving towards what exactly green marketing is. So green marketing basically is a field that basically means marketing in respect or with respect to environmental friendly products. Green marketing is also referred as modern style of market. Green marketing is also termed as sustainable market or ecological market. The manufacturing of the products under green marketing is done in a very eco-friendly manner. Green marketing was first discussed or termed in the seminar by American marketing associations in the year of 1975, and it came into practicing in the years of 1980 and 1990. But we can see that green marketing is gaining a lot of importance and attention in today's world. Green marketing works on the basis of 4 P's primarily: green price, green product, green place, and green promotions. Likewise, green marketing also use some tools for its operation, which are green branding. The brands basically support, inculcate, and promote the initiatives towards protection of the environment. They appeal consumers in the way that that their products are environmental friendly and have least use of the harmful products in them. Second are the green advertising. It is basically the advertising system used by the brands or the companies to promote their products and make people aware of the use, to make the use of the green products and the importance and the need for the same. Third is green packaging. It is also termed as ecological packaging or sustainable packaging. Basically, there is no use of harmful materials or the polluting materials or contamination causing substances is done in the packaging process. These packages are probably the biodegradable ones and the totally recyclable ones. Green labeling. These are basically the eco labels or the symbols on the packages which defines that the product is completely eco-friendly and have like a good connection with environment and will not cause any harm to the nature. So the purpose of my study was to understand what initiatives with respect to green marketing are taken by the India-based companies, what all practices they are bringing into their working. And the most important one was to study the impact of green marketing initiatives through the tools of green marketing on the consumers while purchasing for their day-to-day life. And the hypothesis was set accordingly. So coming towards the analysis part, so some of the important and decision-making questions that were prominently used to that guided me towards the findings or the results were are taken by me in this presentation. All of the analysis is done with the help of SPSS software, in which I carried out the one sample t-test process and descriptive statistics. The reason behind was to understand the personal opinion of each of the participant, those who have replied for my questionnaire. So the question was based on, do people feel that eco-friendly products are actually helping the environment to to reduce the damage to the environment. And it was observed that people feel that they are responsible for the conservation of environment, and they feel that some steps, initiatives, rules and regulations for the should be brought in our day-to-day life to protect the environment by using the products that are environmental friendly over the normal ones. And it was observed that almost 90% of people agree with this statement. Next questions were based on the tools of green marketing. As I mentioned previously, the green advertising, packaging, products and labels and brands. So green advertising on various media about green products attracts maximum number of people and also help them understand the need for the same. Green packaging help people while selecting the products, and it was also observed that most of the people prefer buying green products nowadays over the normal ones. Here it was also seen that education plays an important role about people having knowledge about green marketing and its tools and its working in the market. Educated people were more knowledgeable about the advertising that are carried out by various companies and brands. And it was also observed that women from various families are the ones who are most aware of the innovations and the initiatives that are carried out in the market nowadays. Though many of the women may not be educated, but still, because of the media, they were aware of these things. And they prefer green products over the normal ones. Yeah. So coming to the one sample t-test that I carried out to understand the significance of the variables and tools of green marketing on the consumer's preferences, it can be seen that each green marketing variable or the tool has a significant value, a very reliable value, and it shows that each of the tool have a positive and strong impact on the consumers' buying preferences. It has changed over a time. So sorry, the other analysis part also included the information about the companies based in India. Those have taken green marketing in their practices, like they have brought green marketing initiatives and other green initiatives as well in their manufacturing, production and working systems as well. Some of the names of the companies that I've included in my research paper are like Tata Consultancy Services, Oil and Natural Gas Company. Some of the banks also have taken the initiatives for the same, and especially the company named Nivea. They have turned towards using or like completely going green with their products, packaging and manufacturing as well. They have promised of making zero plastic use in their production and making least use of chemicals in their products. So talking about the key findings and the key learnings that I have observed, I have learned from my research that people feel their duty towards environment and they want that green marketing and green initiative should come into market more powerfully, and they should be able to use them more actively in their day-to-day lives. With the help of analysis, I was able to reject the null hypothesis as green marketing tools have significant impact on the consumers' buying intentions, and also that India-based companies are nowadays shifting towards green marketing or like green initiative practices in their working. Scope for the future study, I would like to say that if I get a chance in future, I would like to have a study on a particular company who is practicing green marketing in their complete work process and what impacts the company is facing, how the consumers, the regular consumers are responding to their initiative, and what profit and loss they are facing. To conclude, I will say that green marketing is definitely an important step for taking the world towards sustainability, changing the scenario and bringing sustainable development in the world is important for everyone's betterment. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Sanika ma'am. If there is any question with any of the other listeners, can ask. We can Okay. As far as concerned, green marketing, it is essential for our, I can say, my question, question or query related to this topic. Which of the ISO, we can say, standards is related to this green, can say, marketing or green, all whatever things we are discussing just now?
Sorry, sir, I lost your sound.
Which ISO standards, which of the this?
Related to green marketing.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I can think of. Like which I can't exactly remember the name, sir. But what I know about ISO standards are that they enable the businesses or the companies to bring the transparency in their marketing processes and even about their products, that they can make it more clear to the consumers and for their future growth.
Some can say related to ISO 14000 and related versions are there, which are related to this green marketing, green labeling, and so on. They give that particular can say certifications. Okay, as far as this green marketing is concerned, is there any other can say apart from green marketing, are there any other initiatives related to the sustainability?
Yes, sir. There are various initiatives taken by various companies. So some of the companies like I can say to eradicate one of the sustainable goals, like the zero hunger thing. The organizations are working for collecting the food from various areas where the excess food is there and distributing in the needy areas, which is causing us to save the food and make it available in a proper way for everyone.
I was talking in context of green marketing.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Similar initiatives which are there, which are the concepts are there and which are being implemented in the organizations. Those I was somewhat interested.
Oh, actually, sir, as I said that I have to study about the specific green marketing initiatives taken by any particular company. This time I have studied only about the impact of green marketing on the consumers, and I was not able to study about any particular company or like that.
No issues. Thank you, madam. Best wishes for your further research.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, fine. So do we have the next participant, Ariba Sayyed here?
Oh, yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am, over to you.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Good afternoon, first of all, to everyone present. The topic that I have chosen for my research is to understand the theories of investment post LPG, that is liberalization, privatization, and globalization in India. I have gone forward with two theories of investment, that is accelerator theory of investment and flexible accelerator theory of investment. The objectives of my study were specifically to study and understand the theories of investment post LPG. Secondly, to investigate the investment savings behavior in India after LPG, that is from 1991 to 2019, and to study the effect of monetary policies concerned with the investments of in the particular sector of not a particular sector, but the entire India. So we have, I have studied two theories where we have come across the acceleration theory of investment states that the investment spending is unaffected by the cost of capital and is proportional to the change in the output. Whereas the flexible investment theory establishes that the larger the gap between the existing capital stock and the desired capital stock, the more rapid a firm's rate of investment. So basically, fills up the gap between what the desired stock of capital is and the actual stock of capital is. The research gap that I have focused on is that the desired stock of capital, it's a theoretical concept with no actual and practical approach yet in the papers. I have come across various aspects of various desired stock of capital as the rental cost of capital and the wage rate, which is not available on the in length in any research paper. So I targeted on the desired stock of capital. Secondly, there are myriad variables which formulate the investments, such as FDI, which has not been concerned into the GDP particularly. And there has been no direct correlation being established between the GSCF, that is the gross fixed capital formation, and the growth, which is GDP, gross domestic product. The research methodology that I have considered for my paper is the correlation technique, where I have created a correlation matrix for my variables. Diagonally, all the R values are 1, as all are perfectly correlated to each other, and the upper right triangle and the is equal to the lower left triangle, which is the correlation matrix is symmetric. So we are establishing a relationship between the variables, which is a relationship between the two variables. The nature and the data of collection is secondary, where the macroeconomic variables such as gross fixed capital formation, domestic savings, and gross product has been studied from the period of 1991 to 2019. The Carl Pearson's correlation has been used, that is the R, where I have used the range of -1 and to 1, which is the range of R, and the absolute value of I think someone's mic is on. The absolute value of R and the strength of the correlation is very significant, where we say that if it's less than 0.3, it's weak. If it's between 0.3 to 0.7, it's a moderate correlation. Whereas if it's more than 0.7, it's a strong correlation. So the data that I have analyzed is through a trend and the correlation matrix. As you can see that I have formulated the table along with the graph. So that is the first graph represents the gross fixed capital formation along with GDP, where there's a rising trend. Again, there's a rising trend for gross fixed capital formation and gross domestic savings. Similarly, for gross domestic product and gross domestic savings, again, trend is rising, where we have a strong correlation for all the three variables, that is GFCF, GDP, and GDS, where the range is not below 0.9, strongly representing a almost perfectly strong correlation. The other two variables that I have studied in this is the FDI and GDP, and GSCF and FDI, which is the gross fixed capital formation with respect to the foreign direct investment, and the GDP and the foreign direct investment, which also shows a strong correlation in a positive trend. The recommendations that I believe that can be formulated and worked upon in the near future is that we have to develop a theory which emphasizes not only on the physical capital of the investments in the country, in a particular country, but we have to consider the market size, trade policies, the rate of interest, what is the household sector investments, what is the financial market developments in the industry, like for example, we have stock markets in the industry now, which formulates most of the investments in the country. There has to be political and economic stability. The FIIs and the FDIs also should be included into a structured manner of investments when we calculate the investments of a particular country and then build upon the contribution to the GDP. The conclusions that I have particularly formed in this research paper is that investments directly and positively stimulate the GDP of the country post LPG, which were driven from the gross domestic savings of the country, which has soared from after the economic reforms in 1991 and has gone up to a particular level of 30% of the GDP. And the economy is growing perpetually and consecutively. The desired level of investment is the subject of a research gap, which has been attempted to scrutinize and actualize the investments in the country. As you can see the table which shows the gross fixed capital formation of the US dollars and the desired stock of capital, which I have formulated with the help of the formula. And we have come across from 2005 to 2019, due to the lack of data, we could not go above before 2005. So this is the exact desired stock of capital that we have calculated, and the difference shows that it has a rising trend towards the desired stock of capital, and what is the actual difference between both of them. Thank you so much.
Okay, Dr. Pranav, if you have any.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your research work and can say presenting your research work. Now, this GDEP and GCFC that method is concerned,
yes.
Why you are used a specific method only? Why are not other methods?
Correlation you're talking about, sir?
You have used that method, no, ma'am, to calculate GDP.
I haven't calculated GDP, sir. I have calculated the desired stock of capital, and I have studied the trend between gross fixed capital formation and the GDP of the country.
And why that method only you had taken into consideration? Why not other methods of GDP calculation?
The correlation between, so the most common way of, and the most when we think about comparing any two variables, the first thing is the correlation. So when Carl Pearson's correlation has been studied, it exactly gives you the relation between the two variables, which is the dependent and the independent variable. In this case, I have considered GDP as a dependent variable and GFCF, that is the gross fixed capital formation, which is representative of investment, as the independent variable. So when we compare both of them, we get a strong correlation between both of them. With any other method, we would have not been able to establish a relationship between both of them. So I wanted to establish a relationship showing that GFCF has a strong correlation with GDP, which further investigates and helps to understand that investments will, in particular future, help the GDP growth of the country.
You have discussed this topic in context of LPG, post LPG.
Yes.
Have you found any, can say, impact of this recent, can say, COVID pandemic?
Sir, I have restricted my study to 2019 and have not considered pandemic years, just for the reason that investments, I would have not been able to get the exact data, because pandemic is a situation of political and economic instability in the country. So that is why I said it's a future recommendation that we consider all such factors while calculating the investments of a particular country. So when we do that, it will come into the consideration.
Okay, thank you, and best wishes for your future research, further research.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a nice day.
Same to you.
Yes. Do we now have Gunjan Bhojwani over here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am, over to you.
So my topic for presentation for my research is agricultural models, a sustainability approach and the way forward for rural economy of India. As we know, India is identified as the agrarian economy, and 56% of the population is still dependent on agriculture. But if we see the contribution of agriculture to its GDP, it's only mere around 17 to 20%. So there's really a need for India to move towards sustainability, and especially sustainable agricultural development. So in this study, I have identified conservation model of agricultural development, which fits into Indian context, because conservation model of agricultural development assumes that over the time soil quality decreases. So it proposes that to increase the soil quality, you should adopt such a method that it doesn't harm the environment, and also it proposes for the integrated livestock management. Further, sustainable practices which can be considered under the conservation model, that is organic farming and integrated farming system, are being discussed in this paper, and how these practices can help India to achieve sustainable rural livelihood. So when we talk in Indian context, sustainable agriculture provides an alternative to conventional input intensive agriculture, and sustainable agriculture is still far from mainstream in India, and it is still adopted on fringes. And to ensure India's nutrition security, we really need to move towards sustainable agriculture. And as though sustainable agricultural practices exist in India from a traditional time and from very long time, still many of the Indian farmers do not adopt for sustainable agricultural practices just because they do not know how much income it will generate for them. So the research methodology I have used for this is a descriptive paper. So I have viewed rural economy as an economic system, and all the discussion is based on how to transform rural livelihood and how to examine rural areas. And when we talk about organic farming we all are familiar with. So organic farming is doing farming in such a way which is chemical free. Instead of using pesticides and fertilizers, we adopt practices of soil management such that it doesn't harm the environment and leads to a better crop production. So different methods which are discussed under organic farming are diverse crop rotation, weed control, soil management, manure, recycling waste. All these practices are focused around on soil management. And when we talk about diverse crop rotation, weed control, soil management, in all these practices, different methods are proposed on how to increase soil fertility in such a manner that it doesn't increases the pressure on the farmer to adopt or invest extra money, and helps him in a very budget friendly way to manage his crops. So in organic farming, different opportunities are also available for India, which rural India can really tap into, like Germany, UK, and European Union has a very high demand for organic mangoes, which India can really tap into. Then there is IRFT. It is a Mumbai-based organization which connects the farmers to the export opportunities for organic. And as organic products are usually have high demand in foreign markets and are usually sell at expensive prices, so it can really help in increasing farmers' income. Now, also there are different government schemes also which really help farmer to move towards organic farming, but the policies which are introduced are not on a central level. It is on a state level, which doesn't spread much awareness, and India is still lagging behind in organic farming as well. Now, another method which is discussed in the paper is integrated farming system. What is integrated farming system? Integrating farming system is such a method from it is a crop management system in which we take a input from one source. Output of one source can be taken as an input for another source. In this, it promotes suitability for the farmer, sustainability, productivity, as well as profitability. The goals of integrated farming system are steady and stable income for the farmers. It also maintains agroecological equilibrium, and also it doesn't have much use of chemicals, so it reduces use of chemicals in farming also. And it also helps farmers for minimizes the risk of failure of their crops, and it also improves climate. It also helps to tackle the challenges of climate change. So in integrated farming system, there are different methods like crop livestock fishery. In this, the livestock and crops are integrated in such a way that the waste from the livestock can be used as an input for the farm, for the crop, and systems are set up in that way that it can help farmers without zero operational cost or without investing extra money. It can lead to good income for farmers. So these are different integrated farming system methods which can be adopted. This is a table in which different regions of India, in which these are studied. Integrated farming system has been studied on a 1 hectare of land, and in that, such as to see how much net returns it can generate. So when we see at Ludhiana, on a 1 hectare of land, 2 cows, horticulture, fishery, agroforestry, vermicompost has been adopted in such a manner that the waste from all these activities are used as an input, and it can generate a net returns of 2,68,106, and all these and such a, so these can help in increasing farmers' income in rural India. So there are further many more methods which can be included in the conservation model. Because of the time constraint, I was not able to study those methods like agroforestry, permaculture, integrated rice farming system. But so to conclude, the adoption of sustainable agriculture is still on the fringes across the country, and there is no focus on training, capacity, and knowledge exchange. The focus should be more on knowledge, capacity, and spreading awareness. Government assistance to farmers should be restructured in such a manner. Instead of providing subsidies, the government should manage the assistance in such a manner that it can actually make farmers empowered. And it should there are regional specific schemes which exist, but we really need us as a central policy for a whole India so that India can move towards sustainable development. Thank you.
Okay. Over to you, Dr. Pranav. Any questions?
Your topic is related to this,
sustainable rural livelihood and sustainable agriculture.
Yes, ma'am. Two methods you have discussed about that.
Yes.
One is integrated farming, and another one is
organic farming.
Organic. What is the exact benefit in from parameter wise? What are the exact benefits of this farming, organic farming, or the conventional farming? Can you note down?
So when we talk about conventional farming, when we grow a crop on the same land again and again without any knowledge, what impact can it have on a soil or that? So conventional farming is just sowing crops, a basic farming system. So in that, the farmer doesn't have much knowledge about how to manage soil. So if he wants to pursue farming as a livelihood and to generate income, he has to really take care of all the resources. So in conventional farming, there is more deterioration of resources, which has an harmful effect on environment also. So when he moves towards sustainable methods, he doesn't have to incur extra cost, and as well as can have a very good yield and lead to increased production and hence increased income for the farmer.
Especially from the perspective of greenhouse effect.
Yes, sir. So greenhouse effect can also be helped in this sustainable method, as the soil needs heat. So sometimes using rhizobium and green blue algae, it can be sown in such a manner that the heat can be trapped into the soil. And in conventional farming, these methods are not adopted.
Okay. And what is the exact difference between this organic farming versus integrated farming?
So organic farming is basically just for the management of the soil. But when we move towards the integrated farming system, it combines all the methods of farming like horticulture, and it can also include about organic farming also. And then we can have agroforestry also, we can have livestock management also. So it includes all the allied activities of the rural area in such a manner that it can help generate extra income for the farmer.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I would like to invite Mr. Y. Rama Lakshmana to present his paper on IIR system identification with an improved particle swarm optimization algorithm. Yes.
Yes, sir. I am Y. Rama Lakshmana.
Yes. Sir, over to you.
I want to screen share, sir.
Yes, you may.
Okay, sir. Sir, I am audible, sir.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, sir. Good evening to all committee members and judges and all professors and deans, academicians, all. I am very much pleased to give a small PPT on this occasion for my research conference paper. And I am doing this, the title under the title Biomedical Signal Processing using Neural Networks, sir. My abstract is electromyography EMG signals can be used clinical or biomedical applications
it is for the EHW development, allowable hardware development, and modern human-computer interaction. And EMG signals acquired from muscles require advanced method for detection, decomposition, and processing and classification, and various methodologies, algorithms for ECG signal, and to provide efficient and effective ways of understanding. The signal and its nature. Some of the hardware implementation are using EMG, focusing on applications in yes, and to synthetic and graphs recognition and human-computer interaction. So this is my introduction to the biomedical, that is signal processing. Biomedical signal means a collective electrical signal acquired from any organ that represents a physical variable of interest. This signal is normally a function of time and is describable in terms of its amplitude, frequency, and phase. The EMG signal is a biomedical signal that measures electrical currents generated in muscles during its contraction, representing neuromuscular activities. Sir, actually, I am concentrated on PSO, sir, the particle swarm optimization. So, I submitted one paper on another journal. So, that is PSO, particle swarm optimization. And in this, linear and non-linear filter are the broad classification for digital filters. For better filtering, IR filter is widely used instead of FIR filters in control signal processing and communication related fields. In the proposal, we give some searched some papers, Scopus papers, and from that I take one thing. And in the proposal method, the EMG signals are firstly decomposed by discrete wavelet transformer and IFERP and the EMG helper transform, then a set of this. That muscular fatigue is maximum voluntary muscle force. It may arise not only because of peripheral changes at the level of the muscle, but also because the central nervous system fails to drive them on autonomous adequately. The measurement of the muscular fatigue is according to the decline of the system maximal function. The adaptation of the neuromuscular system to heavy resistance exercise is a very complex result of many factors. Yes, sir, this is the introduction. And my main block diagram is feature extraction, static fatigue, dynamic fatigue, local fatigue. And I have techniques for this, that is BFSO and FSPCM. And these human emotions are mental states of feelings that arise spontaneously rather than through conscious effort, are accompanied by physiological changes in facial muscles, which implies expressions on face. Some of critical emotions are happy and sad, anger, disgust, fear, surprise, etc. Facial expressions play a key role in non-verbal communication, which appears due to internal feelings of person. Sir, actually, neural networks also included. For that, it is some face feelings. We do some small project and my BTech students. That is included in this. Four main operations in this convolution. Actually, I go through this IR filter. IR filters are one of two primary types digital filters used in digital signal processing applications. And IR means infinite impulse response. The impulse response is infinite because there is feedback in the filter. If you put in impulse, this is the entire. So here we have IR filter platform. This is identification of the exact model parameters of unknown system from the observations of output and input patterns. and that is main. My title is system identification, and so for that I take that system identification diagram. So actual IR system and model IR system. And here we have the transfer function in another domain, and so sampling period and apply the transform and transfer function in digital domain. And see here, sir, this is the my this main block diagram. So online system, adaptive IR system, and optimization algorithm TLP. So here we transfer function. Optimization algorithm, TLB here TLB means teaching learning algorithm. So that is my, these are the references. Thank you.
Yes, over to Dr. Pranav. Dr. Pranav, any?
Okay, practically, if we want to apply all these things, whatever neural networks and algorithms for the human-related responses, how it is there? Are there any some machineries you will be using? Or you have used?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you practically will apply all these things? It's experimentally.
Experimentally, actually, sir, this is it. We have a transfer function is there, sir. Transfer function that is we take a model, just this model, sir. This model we will implement. But just system identification, parameters identification, sir. Coefficients we can brought. First we give some coefficients and we varies the coefficients in a expression, sir. Transfer function. So actually transfer function H object is equal Y object by X object, sir. Output parameters by input parameters, and output in the transfer function we have coefficients, sir. See here, V is velocity, sir, and D is distance, sir. Actually position, sir. So position values, velocity values are the variable parameters, and estimated the position of the particles, population and particles, sir. Velocity also we taken as a coefficient, sir. So
and which is the application area for this particular purpose?
Sir, actually the EMG signal, we want to take EMG signal, and the analysis also doing, and to identify any error from the reality to the practical case, sir, practical signal, and to minimize that error, sir. To minimize that error, we take we are doing this PSO, sir, particle optimization. So best suitable values will be used for the system identification, sir. System identification. Main and minimizing the errors. Sir. Minimizing the errors.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Ram. Yes. Okay, I would now like to invite Reshma Bathula to present her paper on carrier-based PWM methods with common mode voltage reduction for 5-phase coupled inductor inverter.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Reshma ma'am is my guide, sir, and I will be presenting in this session.
Okay, fine.
One. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sumant Vemunuri from KITS Warangal. And in this session, my topic is carrier-based pulse width modulation methods with common mode voltage reduction for 5-phase coupled inductor inverter. And we are doing this project under the guidance of Bathula Reshma ma'am. And And coming to the abstract, this project aims for the reduction of common mode voltage. And in this, we are proposing two methods, which are nothing for three level 5-phase inverter. And these two methods are utilizing the adjacent modulating waveforms, and the other is utilizing the non-adjacent modulating waveforms. And moving on to the description, nowadays multi-phase inverters has been widely explored in these decades. These are used primarily to drive the multi-phase machines. And in these inverters, common mode voltage is one of the side effects in variable speed drives. That means in these inverters, which are using pulse width modulation method. So what is this common mode voltage? What are its effects? We will see. But common mode voltage, these common mode voltage results in bearing currents, accelerates the aging, and reduces the reliability. All these disadvantages are there. So we need to reduce the common mode voltage. We cannot avoid totally, but we can reduce it. And this is the circuit diagram. Here we use it to capacitors and 10 switches and 10 diodes, and a coupled inductor inverter, which is divided into half. And there are totally 5 legs, and we have used RL load here, and we have used a voltage VDC, which is of 500 volts. And let us consider there are 5 legs. So let us consider one leg, and let me explain what is operation. Here, for getting the 3 level, we need to have that means we have 3 voltage levels. And here we have totally 3 states. Total we have 4 state things. Coming to first one here, we have the figure A. This is for getting the plus VDC by 2 volts. Now here at the time of this operation, S1 will be on, and the current from the VDC will be from the source will be transferred from the S1 switch to the inductor, that means upper arm inductor, to the load, and then return back to the down arm, then to the through diode. It will be again returned to the source. And moving on to state 2. In state 2, S2 will be on, and the current from the source will be transferred from through diode to upper inductor and to the load, and then return back to the down arm inductor through S2, then return back to the source. And in since it is a 3 level, we have got plus VDC by 2 and minus VDC by 2. So to get the state 3, that is 0th level, here we have state 3 and state 4. In state 3, we will on S1 and S2 switches directly. So the current flows from the source to the upper inductor to the load, and then return back to down inductor, that is down arm inductor, through S2. It will return back to the source. And in this state, the inductors will be charged. So to diffuse the that means to release the energy, we will off the 2 switches. Then the energy which is stored in the inductors will be discharged through diodes. That means the energy will flow from source to D2, and then inductors, then to D1, then to source. And this how this project works. That means here MA and MB are the 2 modulating waveforms, and this is a carrier signal. Here whenever the modulating waveform is greater than the carrier waveform, a signal will be generated. Let us consider PA is generated for the modulating waveform MA, and PB is a signal generated for the which is compared in between MB and the carrier waveform. See, whenever the modulating waveform is getting higher, then PA pulse is getting generated, and then likewise same the comparison will be done for MB and the carrier wave. So we will get the PB signal. As we can see that if the pulse of the PA is greater than the PB, we will get the positive pulses. And then here we will get the when the PB pulse is greater than the PA pulse, we will get the negative pulses. In the VAN is the not the actual voltage, but it is the model voltage. And this is the MATLAB circuit. That means here I have shown one circuit, right? This is we can construct it like this in MATLAB. And as I have mentioned here, we have used the MA, that means modulating two modulating waveforms and a carrier waveform. This will be implemented in MATLAB. These two are the modulating waveform and this is the carrier waveform. And here we are comparing both with comparator and then we are adding. From this we can get the positive pulses and negative pulses. As we have three states, right? So we need to differentiate from the signal. Is the signal is greater than 0 or equal to 0 or less than 0? Because at the time of 0, we need to have two states, state 3 and state 4. So for that we have taken equal to, and for positive pulses we have taken greater than. For negative pulses we have taken less than, and all this will be compared with 0 block, 0 constant block. And here whenever it is equal to 0, we need to give to the T1, which is go to. And then here is the actual encoder circuit. These are all designed with the AND gates and NOT gates and a OR gate. And here we will giving the three pulse generators, which is of half and full and double the fundamental frequency. And these are used for state 3 and state 4, sir. That is to get the 0 voltage level. And here we are giving it to the go to. And then we are collecting, as this is for one phase. So here I am taking from and giving it to the OR gate, and these will be given to the a phase. That means for the first phase I have taken switch S1 and S2, and these two will be given to the switches. And this is the results, experimental results of the 5-phase coupled inductor inverter with modulation index. I have used here 1. In the paper, that means in we got practically we got 40, but after doing this, before doing this we got 20, but after doing this we got after trying this method we got 10 power minus 7, that is and 100 into 10 power minus 7. In that, to that level we have reduced the common mode voltage. And this is the common mode voltage for experimental results of 5-phase coupled inductor inverter with modulation index 1.0 for of method 2. This is for method 1. That means using the adjacent modulating waveform. And this is for non-adjacent modulating waveforms. Since I am saying adjacent modulating waveforms, that means it will be have a phase displacement of 72 degrees. That means two modulating waveforms will be have 72 degrees. And in non-adjacent modulating waveforms, it should be greater, not equal to 72 degrees. That means it should be other than this. It may be 144 or like this. And coming to the conclusion, here for a 5-phase coupled inductor inverter, a carrier-based pulse width modulation technique is proposed, in which two sinusoidal modulating waveforms, that means modulating waveforms, two modulating waveforms opposite in phase are compared with the carrier wave to obtain the control for the switches in the link. And the two methods, that is using the adjacent utilizing the adjacent modulating waveforms and non-adjacent waveforms for a carrier-based pulse width modulation technique for 5-phase coupled inductor inverter proposed to reduce the common mode voltage. Since I have said before doing this we got 25, but after doing this method we got in 100 into 10 power minus, and to that level we have reduced it. And these two are we have simulated in MATLAB, and I have shown the results before. Thank you.
Okay, over to you, Dr. Pranav. Any questions?
Thank you, sir, for your can say showing us your research work related to this some electrical related. Have you given a thought to commercialize this project?
Yes, sir.
What steps have you taken so far?
Sir, till now, we are at working, almost it's completed, sir, but we are improving, that means how much level we can reduce in more. That means till now we have reduced 100 to empowerment. Sir. Is this possible to reduce even more? We are working in this stage only, sir, present.
You will be launching this project, this product.
Till now we do not have any ideas regarding that, but we are at doing stage only.
Okay, no issues. Best wishes, sir. Best wishes.
Okay. Next, I would, Mr. Sumant, if you could stop sharing the slide.
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Yes. Next, I would like to invite Ajita Pandit to present her paper on derivatives market response to COVID-19, Black Swan event, a case study of Indian derivatives market.
Yes, sir.
Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. So the topic for our research is derivatives market response to COVID-19, a black swan event, a case study of Indian derivatives market, which is being authored by myself, Ms. Ajita Pandit. I'm a PhD scholar at Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune, and my guide, Dr. Lalita Gauri Kulkarni, who is my assistant professor, Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune. The stock market is witnessing huge volatility in the recent past owing to the outbreak of novel COVID-19 pandemic and is increasingly gaining attention of all investors and global entities. In the context of heavily and constantly increasing stock prices in the global markets, the valuations of securities and derivatives had completely ignored the impact of second wave. This paper tries to study the trends and the patterns in the performance of option valuation models in the context of efficiency in the pre-COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 period and validates it. The study is considering the National Stock Exchange data, and the period of study is divided into two eras. One is pre-COVID, one is post-COVID. Pre-COVID is 2019 and post-COVID is considered as 2020. This study is pertaining to top 6 companies based on their market turnover, which is listed in Nifty 50 list in July 2020. So the companies considered here are Reliance, Hindustan Unilever, Bajaj Finance, Axis Bank, ICICI Bank, and HDFC Bank. The study tries to prove that Indian markets have faced huge widening of bid-ask spread of option values relatively to that of pre-COVID-19 period, which is our objective 1. The study focuses on empirical performance and validation of Black-Scholes model in the crisis period. This consists of objective 2 and objective 3, wherein objective 2 is estimation of the parameter and objective 3 would be the validation of the empirical performance which is done. This is primarily because this Black-Scholes model is used by the regulators all over the world, even by NSE, as a benchmark model to price the options that are introduced in the market. Going further, the methodology adopted for this study would initially be a sample which is chosen for the year 2019 and 20 selected for selective companies, and the data for stock options at each 12 expiry dates in a year pertaining to all 12 months for both calls and puts. This study will stick to European options, as the stock options being traded on NSE are only European in nature. The method used for analysis involved determination of deterministic process at first and then estimation of the parameters using inverse method of volatility estimation. Why this method in particular? The reason behind this is that this method will capture both the effects, one of the market as well as one of the empirical estimation, and it will give a fair approximation of the fitted surface of implied volatilities. The mean absolute percentage error and the percentage mean errors are calculated further, and to check the efficiency and validate it, hypothesis testing is done using the significance of means of proportions of errors to validate the results. Further, moneyness and maturity were incorporated into the data to check whether they are creating an impact on the pricing efficiencies, whether it is helping to capture the impact of the option pricing models. So each phase involved distinct analysis of pre-COVID-19 period and post-COVID-19 period to study the improvements or the retreats in pricing efficiency over the period of time.
For the first objective, where we need to study the bid-ask spreads showing a significant and heavy widening across the period, we have done the 2 sample t-test for comparison of mean of bid-ask spreads for European call and consequently puts. The null hypothesis stated was there is no significant difference between the means of bid-ask spreads for 2019 and 2020 respectively, whereas the alternative hypothesis was that there is a significant difference between the mean of the bid-ask spread for 2019 and 2020. For the call options, the T statistic was 32.973, and here we can conclude that the difference in means is less than 0, implying that there is a significant difference in 2 means of bid-ask spread across the period of European calls. For the puts also, similarly, we can obtain the same result, and hence the first objective saying that the bid-ask, there is a difference between the mean of the bid-ask spreads, and yes, it has widened, is fulfilled. The second part was of parameter estimation, wherein we have used inverse method of implied volatility estimation. So we can see that for the year 2019, for the European call, it was 35%, and in 2020, it has reduced to say 32%. And for European puts, it was 27% say in 2019, and it has been 29% in 2020. So for puts, it has increased, whereas for IV has decreased for the European calls. Now, these are the error statistics for the option pricing for years 2019 and 20 respectively for each of the stocks, where PME is calculated by C model minus C market, and upon C market summed up to I equal to 1 to N, 1 over N, where C of model is nothing but the model call price, and market call price is approximated to the closed values which are available in the Bhav copy data. So the observations for these were that for HDFC Bank, the PME remains almost same for European calls as well as European puts over the period of 2019-20. This indicates that the pricing of calls for HDFC hasn't been affected by COVID-19 upheaval. For all the call options on the other stocks, there has been a significant impact upon the errors, indicating heavy increase in PME. This is also seen from the IV calculated, which is also indicating the underpricing of calls. So for the European puts, we observe heavy mispricing of puts for banks, Bajaj Finance stocks as an underlying, and there is a decline in PME and MAP for the Hindustan Unilever, ICICI, and Reliance stocks as their underlying. So this is further correlated and testified from the fact that all the above mentioned stocks, Reliance, ICICI, and Hindustan Unilever, tumbled initially after the COVID outbreak, and then people were skeptical to hold the underlying. Thus, the huge demand for puts was also seen in the market. And one more interesting fact which came across was that despite of severe cuts in risk-free rates, the options on HDFC Bank stocks were stable relatively to other stocks, and hence they obeyed the BSM pricing structure. This was very interesting because HDFC was the top security which we have observed. So that's why especially I have plotted some plots for HDFC Bank and for Bajaj Finance. It is being observed from the histograms also that for HDFC it is being underpriced, and for Bajaj Finance it is being overpriced. So yeah, this is very much evident from the observations also. And if this is so, then why is this so? Then this is validated by mispricing of the BSM model due to its assumption of normality, due to its assumption of normality, and here it is following non-normality. It is evident from QQ norm plot, which is obtained for daily returns for 2019 and for 2020 also. GG plot is also available. From both the plots, it is clearly seen that it is not actually a normal distribution, and hence it is not following the Black-Scholes pricing model. We can also infer here that this Shapiro-Wilk normality test is sufficing our need, that it is not a mere Brownian motion, and hence maybe the BSM fails to capture all the jumps that were experienced in COVID-19 period. Further, when it was treated for moneyness and maturity, the same method was applied and PME and MAP calculations were done. The interpretations for the same were these: that only major change seen is in the call and put on the underlying stock of Bajaj Finance. Those have now showed relatively reduced errors compared to errors for other stocks, which are considered significantly than the previous errors. This might be owing to the fact that during COVID-19 period, Bajaj Finance lost its 350,000 customers almost during March 2020 itself, and thus thereafter the share price increased purposely to attract a larger customer base. When things were summed up together, so Bajaj Finance was well capitalized and had good capital adequacy ratio, which helped them to sustain in the pandemic, and in turn impacted the better performance of its option valuation techniques. So in conclusion, we have seen the mispricing of both calls and puts, which was evident from PME and MAP calculations, most probably due to the assumption of normality of the underlying asset returns of the Black-Scholes models. And this was very much prevalent in 2020, where it was a highly volatile period for each and every stock. Though there were upward strings in the stocks, the option valuation had completely ignored the second wave of COVID-19, which occurred in winter, which was again hampered the prediction and caused more pricing errors further. The central governments all over the world had already cut the risk-free rate, and the second wave had occurred, worsened, and we may expect some haphazard modeling. So Bajaj Finance, I have already discussed. One important thing was that this study had selected only 6 stocks, and most of these stocks were belonging to a financial sector, which was the limitation of the study. But although the results were indicative and sufficient to validate the results, as the 6 companies were a representative of financial sector, and noting that it were the top 5 volume turnover in both Nifty 50 list as well as the financial sector companies in Nifty 50, which weighs to 38% in the Nifty 50 index, which is a representative of the 250 stocks of our Indian stock market. We can say that this would suffice our results. The study also forces us to consider either COVID-19 being a temporary shock or some sector specific shock causing mispricing, which is both a contradiction because it is neither sector specific nor is it temporary. It is having a long-term effect, and thus it is implying us to rethink that whether COVID-19 is a black swan, proving that Taleb's argument is true. Taleb had argued that COVID-19 is not a black swan event, as black swan are very uncertain and sudden events, but this was very much predictable. Still, a possibility of Black-Scholes not being a great fit cannot be denied because moneyness and maturity impact is not captured by the models as per the observations of our study. So possibly this study would suggest that the presence of huge jumps over the period of study which are not captured by Brownian motion followed by the Black-Scholes model could be either captured by jump diffusion models or some non-parametric models like the CNN neural network models which are used. Those can capture these jumps within the market in the real terms, and hence we can suggest the NSE India to use other models than the Black-Scholes pricing model to price the options which are available in the market. That's it. Thank you.
Yes, over to you, Dr. Pranav. Any questions?
Query is there, ma'am.
Yeah.
Actually, you have mentioned about 6 stock various companies from finance sector.
Yeah.
You have during this presentation you have mentioned about HDFC and Bajaj Finance only.
Yeah.
Remaining you are not given mention in this presentation.
Yeah, because I have mentioned in my presentation in one point that for the other companies, there was no significant change. That means the errors which were prevalent in 2019 were same as that of 2020, which is highly impossible because 2020 was the upheaval, a financial crisis. And we all know that this is a haphazard result. And this is the point where BSM fails. BSM is not able to capture the changes which are occurring in 2019 and 2020. It has only captured for HDFC and Bajaj Finance, and that's why I have shown the results for HDFC and Bajaj Finance.
You have mentioned about the Black Swan, I think.
Yeah.
And in the one of the sentences you have mentioned that it is not this COVID pandemic is not Black Swan.
Yes.
Why so?
Yes, because there is a debate going on whether that COVID-19 period is a Black Swan event or not. And Professor Taleb, who had introduced this Black Swan event as a crisis in the crisis period in our history, financial history, he states that those events which are uncertain and sudden with random shocks or which will have a long-term impact, can only be treated as a black swan event, whereas those events which have a short-term impact or which could be controlled, or probably with the help of some measures which we can eradicate, those events are not at all termed as black swan events. So according to his theory, it is not a black swan event. And if we go by this problem wherein, or this analysis, we see that there is no change in 2019 and 2020. So this indicates that yes, there is no change. This model is not capturing it, and hence it is not a black swan event. But that's what I'm saying, that it is a contradiction. If we use some other model for analysis, then probably we could capture the changes, and we can say definitely that this black swan, this COVID-19 is a black swan event.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe, Aditya, ma'am, you have one more paper to present.
Yes.
Okay, so I would invite you again to present your next paper on a bibliometric analysis of the development of option pricing models from 1970 to 2020.
Yeah. Sir, is my second presentation visible?
No, not yet.
Okay. I'll share the screen again. Sir, now is this visible?
Yes, now it is.
Yeah. Okay. So the purposely I have not included the part of literature review in my first presentation, because this presentation or this paper, this research was pertaining to the literature review part. So this study is a bibliometric analysis of development of option pricing models from 1970 to 2020. Now, why I have chosen this particular study, the reason behind this is that the option pricing models which have been incorporated into the daily market up till now have not been efficient to capture all the pricing structures and all the random shocks which were available. That's why maybe we could get some insights that why we are not getting it and how we could improve on the current option pricing models that are available. So the tremors of the pandemic that have hit the community at large across the globe, not only physically, but mentally and financially too. Derivatives are an important hedging tool used worldwide for risk management, and hence the fair pricing of derivatives and valuation is important in present time. The present study offers nuanced understanding of development of option pricing models from 1970s till date. An extensive bibliometric analysis of existing literature using the keywords option pricing models, parametric option pricing models, non-parametric option pricing models from Scopus, Web of Science, PubMed, Econlit was conducted. The analysis highlighted the significant contributions by various authors as well as the journals. It identifies and reveals the research gaps that may help the interested researchers in future in option pricing models to examine at micro level from different perspectives. The study also suggests some crucial aspects of real-time pricing practices to various practitioners, price makers, and the policy makers. One more important uniqueness of this study is that normal bibliometric analysis, which is being carried out in these times using the RStudio applications, pertains to the citation analysis or moreover to the keywords used, or how many journals have been contributing to this, and it restricts it to there itself. But here in the study, we are more concentrating on the trends of the development of option pricing models. The literature regarding the option pricing models is huge, and it suggests the practices of using both quantitative and qualitative methods for doing literature review. The bibliometric analysis helps us to identify the themes and determines the institutions, authors, countries with a major contribution to research area and provide the more precise pattern over time. The bibliometric analysis is also useful for demonstrating the layout of literature pictorially. And we have adopted simple descriptive statistics and graphs using the MS Excel for data analysis. 63 articles, heterogeneous, random selected sample is considered for the analysis. Now here is the data analysis. This figure 1.1, indicates that amongst the 63 articles obtained, only 68.25% were the original ones, whereas 9.52 were the review articles, 7.93 articles were presented in the conference, and others comprising of the very few percentages of share. One important observation made here is that only one amongst these studies is a national collaboration. Along with this, it was also observed that only the studies done by the researchers were most probably done by sole authors. This is indicating that the preference of researchers to work in collaboration either with the peers or acquaintances of researchers from the same city or university, as per the observation from the data, is not large, and hence we need to encourage more collaborative works from the like-minded people from unknown places together. This also results into the need of more cross domain studies, which would also control the regional or the personal intellectual biases of the researchers. This again, figure 1.2 shows that amongst the overall quantitative studies which were studied, the most preferred types of data sets were those of the index options, and then followed by the stock options, which is easily seen from the liquidity of index options. Index options are termed to be the most liquid ones. This figure 1.3 shows that the most preferred period of the data sets is probably from 0 to 2 years, and the study with larger periods were mostly pertaining to stochastic studies, which included GRC model or time series smoothing. So this is evident because GRC models will give us the smooth fit only when a large number of period is observed, but this is a limitation wherein people are using just 2 years data to obtain an implied volatility surface. Further, figure 1.4 indicates more usage of quantitative methods for analysis, followed by theoretical methods of analysis. And figure 1.5 here indicates that amongst the studies, overall studies, 38% are based on the non-parametric models, while 46% together constitute deterministic and stochastic model analysis. So still, in spite of so much of advances in the mathematical and statistical techniques, people are still following or still preferring to do a parametric model analysis instead of non-parametric model analysis. To take a microscopic view further, if we consider the studies involved in parametric studies, then almost more than half the studies adopted quantitative approach for analysis. So for parametric, they are using quantitative techniques. But if we see in the non-parametric studies in figure 1.7, it is indicating that most of the studies are theoretical. That is, either they are hypothetical propositions, or maybe probably they are just some random proofs of some methods which they are which they have come across. So this is indicating the lack of empirical testing in non-parametric models. The figure 1.8 here again results into the scope of more cross-model studies in the future by all three methodologies, namely quantitative, qualitative, theoretical, to have more insights on the efficiency of models over the other, and helping the policymakers and price makers to do fair pricing of options in the real time. Now, the results also hint at lesser efforts being made to empirically test the newly formulated models on real-time data. Another crucial observation is that these studies have no cross-country studies till date. This is probably because the API access which we get for the data extraction is restricted to the NEC PI library as of now, and from 2020 onwards, the data sharing by exchanges has curtailed, and we don't have the data in public domain. This again helps the practitioners to be prepared against the black swan events if we have a cross-country as well as cross-model analysis, and we could get on some trends and differences. Figure 1.9 reveals that the financial journals or domain-specific financial economics journals are most probably preferred for option valuation studies publication. There were some thesis of the students from mathematics domain, data sciences domain, and only one was from the management domain. So it indicates that more thesis should come from the financial and economics domain also, and we should encourage more of the cross-domain or multidisciplinary research to emerge instead of being this domain-specific thing. Figure 1.10 shows that most of the productive research is a product of developed countries, and later, post 2000s, the researchers from developing countries have started to take interest in the same. This is again owing to the fact of development and setting up financial derivatives market in the various developed countries in early 2000s, as well as increasing volumes of trade globally. India is the best example, wherein we started trading from 2001 into the financial derivatives options. And then we have further increased the volumes and also this volume of research being done on it. So figure 1.2 shows the trends of various models adopted for the study during specific period. This clearly indicates that the rise in number of articles published which adopted the study of non-parametric models post 2005, whereas more cross-model studies were preferred in 2010 to 2020. This period was post this 2007-2008 financial crisis, wherein people wanted to test which model would give us the efficient observation or which model was efficient to capture the random shocks. But unfortunately, all these were either theoretical or just a hypothetical proposal for the development of new framework of option pricing model and not empirical. And lastly, this table is indicating the highest productive countries in the context of research volume. India is one amongst the highest productive countries, which is mostly contributing from the period of 2007 to 2017, followed by Canada. So India has observed a growth in volumes and increased interest, which was pumped up during the 2007-8 financial crisis when Professor V.K. Singh did a significant contribution with cross-model parametric quantitative study series for option valuation techniques in this crisis period, that whether these models were efficient or not. If yes, why? If not, why? So the conclusion of this presentation would be, through this study, the attempt was made to review the existing literature on option pricing models using the bibliometric analysis and suggest a research framework to guide the future research efforts in this area. Then 63 articles that were analyzed to understand the evolution and development of trends of literature in terms of the raw data chosen for the study, the period of the study, the methods of research implemented, models studied, the type of software used for analysis, the type of analysis with respect to its spatial and modeling requirements, research output, etc. Further, based on the bibliometric analysis, the study identified gaps which will help future researchers to take up research in this area and structure their arguments based on the real market scenarios to have critical implications for their readers. Hence, the study is significant for the academicians working on the research dealing with option pricing models. The findings also suggest that there's a lot of scope for empirical work by future researchers with cross-country analysis and cross-model analysis to suffice the need of practitioners and policymakers to implement it in the actual market. Thus, the paper is unique as it dedicatedly analyzes the existing set of literature with option pricing models, parametric option pricing models, and non-parametric option pricing models, keywords utilized in the bibliometric research. These are the references of all the papers that I have studied. That's it.
Okay, over to you. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your research work related to options.
Yeah.
My simple can say query related to this topic is that whether we can apply some technical analysis tools and techniques to these options, can say pricing methods or options trading.
Yes, sir. Technical methods include the non-parametric models which we are talking about. Those are the kernel regression techniques, some SVC techniques, neural network methods, which are being implemented.
Technical
right
analysis
now.
I'm talking about.
Technical analysis of options, right?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Whether it is useful.
Yeah, it is useful because at the end we are going to study the implied volatility which is being obtained by the Bhav copy data. So IB would help the traders also to trade further, looking into consideration of the past data. Hence, technical analysis would definitely help.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we'll go to the next participant. Just a general instruction for all the participants, since these sessions are being recorded intermittently, I would request you to keep your video on during the presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. Aniruddha Bodhankar to present his paper on smart production using IIoT.
Sir, very good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, you're audible, sir.
And is my slides visible, sir?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, sir. I am Dr. Aniruddha Bodhankar, and my topic is smart production using industrial Internet of Things. And this paper is an outcome of our consultancy work, which we have recently undertaken at a pharmaceutical industry. And I would like to share the work with you. Sir, I'm working as a faculty member with Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Management Studies and Research, Nagpur, for the subjects like data science, business analytics, statistics, and information technology management. Now, this paper is a partial outcome of my ongoing research. Actually, this is not a complete research. It's a partial outcome of my ongoing research about the progression of Indian manufacturing sector being transformed from conventional manufacturing to the smart manufacturing via adoption of industrial Internet of Things enabled smart, when the manufacturing houses are mandated to be Industry 4.0 compliant. Description: after the meltdown, that is 2010 onward, it was a phase of Industry 4 where the manufacturing evolved from the conventional CAD/CAM to adaptive manufacturing, and from mere computerization to the IoT-enabled smart manufacturing practices. This probably leads to the better business decision-making, reducing manufacturing costs, labor, wastages, and producing the produce of global quality at a faster pace. This was the primary objective of the enablement or adaptation of Industry 4 through Industrial Internet of Things or IoT enablement. Why IoT has gained such a superior importance in today's industrial revolution? Today, this is a phase of IoT enabled Industry 4. Today's business decisions are taken basis on the data. The inbuilt sensors in the IoT collects the data in real time. Thereby we can predict the breakdown in the machines or possible shortages in the inventory or sudden rise in the demand, thereby rescheduling the manufacturing and supply chain activities well in advance. Even we can plan the scheduled maintenance well in advance with the help of IoT. Industrial Revolution 4 has coined a term called smart factory. Industry 4.0 has forced the industrial houses to become smart. The term smart meaning self-learning, self-optimizing manufacturing processes in real time. Sir, this is a model of smart manufacturing where all the machines are connected with each other. Machine 1, machine 2, machine 3, machine 4. Let it be separated by a geographical distance of even 1,000 kilometers. All the machines are connected with each other, and the machines, they speak with each other, they communicate with each other, they communicate the shortages, they communicate the scheduled maintenance, they communicate any breakdowns happening into the machines. And this particular communication is captured by the IoT or the sensors enabled into the IoT. And these communication messages are analyzed through the clouds, and then the productive or the scheduled maintenance can be undertaken, or the production rescheduling can be undertaken.
Dr. Nariu, sorry to interrupt you.
Sure.
You are talking from the slides. You need to move the slides because you're still on the first slide.
Oh, is my slide not moving?
No, no. We are still on the homepage of your, I mean the first slide.
Just a moment. Just a moment. Now, is it moving?
Yes, now it is.
Okay. So it is not moving into the slide share mode. Just
now we are on number 3 on the abstract slide.
Abstract slide?
We're going to 4. Yeah, slide 4.
Okay.
And once again 3.
Slide number 4. Okay.
Yeah.
This is it. So after the meltdown, that is 2010 onward, it was a phase of Industry 4.0 where manufacturing evolved from conventional CAD/CAM to the adaptive manufacturing processes or practices, and from mere smart manufacturing practices. This possibly was today's business decision processes are the data-driven processes which reduces the manufacturing costs, labor wastages, and producing the produce of global quantity at a faster pace. Now, why IoT has gained such a superior importance in today's industrial revolution? Today, this is a phase of IoT-enabled Industry 4, and business decisions are being taken basis on the data and not on the perception. The inbuilt sensors in industrial Internet of Things collects the data in real time. Thereby we can predict the breakdown of machines or the possible shortages in the inventory or sudden rise in the demand, thereby rescheduling the manufacturing and supply chain activity well in advance. Sir, Industrial Revolution 4.0 has coined a term called smart factory. The Industry 4 has forced the industrial houses to become smart. And the term smart meaning the machines are self-learning, self-optimizing, and the manufacturing processes are connected with each other in real time. Now, this is the model of smart manufacturing, wherein all the machines, they speak with each other, they communicate with each other about the possible shortages or about the possible breakdowns into the machines, and thereby this particular messages or communication data is collected by these sensors which are enabled into the IoT, and they are analyzed at the cloud, and this particular data which is analyzed and this through the algorithms, they will communicate to the management that this particular machine requires certain maintenance, or this particular machine is showing some signs of being breakdown into the near future. So this is the basic objective behind the IoT. Now, this is the particular our consultancy job, which is a case study or an outcome of case study, which we did in the reduction of wastage through implementation of industrial Internet of Things. This is the case of GC Pharmaceuticals, which is located in Nagpur, a small manufacturing plant in Nagpur, which manufactures the general medicines like cough and cold preparations, anti-inflammatory drugs like this. It's a small manufacturer started in the year 1994 by Mr. Alok Kumar, who is well known to us also, and he is a pharmaceutical postgraduate. The initial investment was 3 crores. And the sales of this were 5.6 crore for the year ended on 30th of March 2019. That is just before the pandemic happened. Mr. Alok Kumar was facing a problem of massive wastage of batch rejection on quality issues due to inadequate quality of ingredients. This is a usual practice, or this is a usual phenomenon in any manufacturing plant, that the entire batch is wasted because of the poor quality of the ingredients. Some of the ingredients are in the higher quantity, or some of the ingredients are in the lower quantity, and thereby the entire batch of say 1 lakh tablets or liters of medicine or liters of liquid, they are wasted because we cannot reproduce it, we cannot recycle it. So this is the main problem with Mr. Alok Kumar, GC Pharmaceuticals. In the year, this table shows the wastage percentage and its approximate value. In the year 1995 to 2000, it was 39%, then 10.60 lakhs. 2000 to 2005, it was 22%, 19.09 lakhs. 2005 to 2010, 12%. And accordingly, the total wastage aggregating to over 1 crore in these years. The objective was to lower down this wastage percentage up to 5% using IIoT in next 3 years. That was the task which we have undertaken. With me, along with me, my colleague, Mr. Arun Patil was also there. So he has also worked on this particular project. I, along with my colleague, Mr. Arun Patil, decided to make certain changes in the manufacturing process. So the first change we implemented was implant radiation detecting sensors throughout the production line. Because what used to happen, that every medicine is emitting certain amount of radiation, and this radiation is variable, and basing on this radiation we can capture the exact quantity or the quantum of medicine produced, exact quantity of medicine which is present into that exact quantity of the drug which is produced or which is available into that particular medicine. So this can be very well detected by the sensors. Then the communication protocol which we used was wireless HART, that is Highway Addressable Remote Transducer Protocol, which is based on IEEE 802.15.4 standard, which is supposed to be the gold standard protocol. We also use the communication protocols. it can function at 2.4 gigahertz ISM band with a data transfer rate up to 250 kbps. There can be 11 to 26 channels separated with a frequency of 5 megahertz, thereby prohibiting the use of each channel recurrently. So this protocol, this communication protocol, which is supposed to be the gold standard and which is supposed to be the most sensitive communication protocol which we used over there, and thereby with the application of this communication protocol of IIoT tools, the smart sensors manufacturing could reduce the wastage to a great extent. In the year 2019-20, it was just 8%, valuated to 2.32 lakhs. 2021, it was 11%, rupees 2.12 lakhs, and 21 December, up to 21 December, it was 6%, valuated to 2.12 lakhs. The total wastage aggregated to 6.56 lakhs in the about 3 years. The process of enabling IoT is still going on. So this was the part of our consultancy work which I had shared with you. Actually, the complete automation or the complete IoT enablement is still going on. So thank you very much, sir.
Yes, over to you, Dr. Pranav. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your informative session. My simple query related to this, wherever you have implemented this project and these activities in Nagpur.
Yes, sir.
We talk about ERP, we talk about IoT, and when we talk about ERP and IoT, whether we can get the benefit of getting the integrative benefit of, means whether we can integrate both the systems, and what are the benefits we can say?
Yes, sir. Because most of the pharmaceutical units, majorly the mediocre units or the medium scale units or the small scale units, they are still operated on the manual basis. So if we want to integrate this, then part by part, this integration is quite possible, and at very economical cost, this can be integrated. And when this can be integrated, we can reduce the wastages. And the major problem in pharmaceutical industry is of wastage or the expiry or the breakages post the conclusion of the scheduled shelf life of the drugs. So yes, it can be very well integrated. But only thing, the management should have this particular psychology to get themselves evolved and adaptable to the new IIoT systems.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Yes. So, sir, if you could stop sharing the presentation.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay, now we'll move towards the last presentation of the day, definitely not the least. I would now invite Dr. Anamika Singh to present her paper on impact of digital transformation on teaching attitude of private professional institutes teachers during COVID-19 pandemic. Do we have Dr. Anamika Singh? Yes, I would like to repeat, do we have Dr. Anamika Singh connected?
No, sir, madam is not connected.
Okay. Ma'am, is there somebody else who's presenting on her behalf?
No, sir, no, sir.
Okay. Ma'am, Dr. Shubhangi, ma'am, is she expected to join? Shall we wait?
No, sir.
Okay.
She's not able to join. She sent message to me.
Okay.
Not able to.
In that case, with the permission of the chair, Dr. Pranav, shall we conclude for the day? Because that was the last presentation scheduled for the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, please.
So with this, our technical session ends. I would like to thank all of you for joining for day one of this conference. And tomorrow the conference will continue with panel discussions, followed by keynote speeches, followed by technical sessions. And at the end of tomorrow's sessions, the valedictory session will be held, and the announcement for the best paper and best paper presentation will be done, followed by vote of thanks, certificate and proceedings, etc. will also be disclosed at that time. We request all the participants of day 1 to join for the valedictory session as well. So thank you everyone. We'll call it a day for day 1.
Thank you all of you.
Yes, Sudhakar sir, may we leave the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You can
Yes.
leave.
Okay.
Ma'am, shall we end the meeting, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for the entire day. Organized it very well, and it very successful today. I'm so happy with the way all of you worked, the technical team. There were no glitches at all, and I really thank you from my bottom of my heart. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I have received, sir, 2 evaluation sheets as well. One more I'm expecting.
We will.
Yeah.
We will request all the session chats to individually mail their evaluation sheets so that we can able to compile all the award winners for the tomorrow's validity session.
Will it be okay if I send you tomorrow before 10, before 11, probably?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, because I need to scan those papers and then I need to attach, and then I request all the mail.
Sure.
So
sure.
I'll do that by tomorrow 11.
Sure.
When do you expect to start tomorrow, sir?
By 10 a.m. Sharply by 10 a.m.
Sharply by 10 a.m. Okay, all our faculties will be there live from 9:45.
Sure.
Okay, and are we going to do YouTube live tomorrow as well, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. By chance, in case you want to talk to me, then I am available over phone.
Sure, we need to end the meeting. As it was YouTube live, we need to end the meeting.
Right. Thank you so much. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.